Hey chat, welcome in. Welcome everybody to Inspirational episode 2. Do I have a cool, I don't really have like a big voice for it. I don't. Inspirational episode 2. I wanted something big and echoey sounding. The only other echoey thing I have is this cave. Inspirational. Hello? Hello? No, that one's kind of depressing. How's everyone doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm a little nervous. I'm not really a teacher, but I wanna teach. I learned, therefore I can relearn onto you guys. That's the that's the goal. I'm gonna try to learn. I want to learn you some stuff. I'm gonna learn you some things, guys. How's it going, everybody? Hey Bluesy, hey there May, hey Bruce, everybody, kid who talks too much. How's it going, everyone? Zoom. Woo! How's it going? How are you guys? How are you guys? Hey Ridley. Boom! Look at those hyper beams. I mean regular, not hyper beams, because that's a Pokemon thing. Mine's just a normal eel beam. How's everybody doing today? Sovereign. Hi. Glass of Whimsy. How's everyone? How's everyone? Oracle, hey, good to see you. It's been a minute. How you doing? How's everybody? Learn you some things. Heck yeah. You watched a video on music theory today. That's cool. That's cool. You're working on Operation Cheesecake Part 2. Part 2. You making 2 cheesecakes? Made 2 cheesecakes. Anyway, I Glass is always baking stuff. Oh, I bet our kitchen smells so good. Was hoping you could learn me how to music. I'll do my best to learn you guys how to music. Hey Retro Death Row, good to see you again. Good to see you again. Chiptune Brian, yes. My PC HDD died, so I'm watching on my phone. Uh-oh. I hear Hyper Beam, I think of Metroid. Oh yeah, that's also a Hyper Beam, isn't it? Okay, so today class, let me put on my teaching cap here. Today we're playing Little Sound DJ, which looks daunting at first, but it's okay. It's okay. The first frame has nothing in it. That's fair. That's why it didn't work. Silly goose. I didn't even think of that. Alright. So. Yes, we have a controller overlay. You can see the buttons I'm pressing. Look at that. And you can even see if I press select. See, so this is the way I have my thingy mapped. This is how I have it mapped. Is that a heckin' controller? It's a heckin' controller, guys. I splurged. I spent $2.99 yesterday on stream upgrades. We have a controller now. It's not like bright red when you push the buttons, but you can see the little shadow in there. Right, left, up, down, whatever. So hopefully that'll help to follow along. I talk fast sometimes. I'm gonna do my best to slow it down. If I'm going too fast, please tell me. Be like, Kemi, you're speeding. You are speeding. And I'll be like, sorry. Don't hesitate to like, I just want to say this right away. If I'm not a teacher, right? But I'll do my best. So if I'm going too fast and you're like, whoa, what? I'm still trying to figure out that thing you said 5 minutes ago. Just tell me. Just be like, yo, please slow down for a second. You have your own website? I mean, it just links to my Bandcamp, but hear my music at chemiczeal.com looks more professional than go to chemiczeal.bandcamp.com. It's a classic bait and switch. So I didn't have an apple, so I brought cabbage for a teacher. A nice big shiny cabbage on my desk. Ooh, yum, thank you. So if anybody wants to follow along, you can. If you don't want to follow along, you just want to kind of watch or take notes, or you want to follow the VOD later, you can. It will be saved on Twitch. I'm going to make a collection for it. Somehow I made the first episode and I didn't put a collection. It's just floating there in my VODs from last January, basically. And it will be on YouTube as well. There's a YouTube collection for Inspiration Eel. I should probably have Inspiration Eel on the screen somewhere right now, but whatever. So for Lsdj Step One, you need Lsdj. I linked it earlier. We have the commands in the title too. But I'm just gonna, I'm gonna be spamming these today. Lsdj, or Little Sound DJ, is what we call a tracker program. Because when you make music and stuff, you program the notes one at a time, and then it plays them back. It's like a player piano, if you think of it like that. It's like a player piano. I really like it, because, like, I've played flute and, like, piano and stuff at concerts, school stuff, church stuff, whatever. And you gotta know the song, you gotta practice, and you gotta learn, you gotta rehearse, and then you go up on stage or whatever, and you hope to heck that you get it right. And that's not the one time that you screwed up after you've gotten it right like 100 times. You go up on stage, you like freak out or something, right? So like, oh, is that the Rickroll? I was wondering what that was. But with Lsdj, what I really like about it is you don't have to like memorize or really learn. If you want to like play a song, you just program it, you press play, and the Game Boy takes care of it, or your PC or whatever. So right now I'm on PC, which brings me to my next point. If you're on PC, it's a Game Boy game. Computers don't really know how to play Game Boy ROMs. Defense Mech, I think you're in the wrong chat. I'm so glad you're here. If I get technical questions, I'm not gonna know the answers. Defense Mech is an Lsdj wizard, by the way. You should all go follow him on everything. Sorry, right, chat. The emulator that I'm using is BGB. It plays Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. I am not endorsing piracy or anything, by the way. Just throwing that out there. This is like an indie Game Boy game. So I have it on my Game Boy on a cartridge. I have it on here. Listen. You hear that? I started a new song. Yeah. So like it works on a Game Boy. And I made my first couple of albums on a Game Boy Pocket at work, on lunch breaks, on the bus to and from work, stuff like that. But most of the time now when I'm playing this, or, using it, it's on PC, so it's through the emulator, because it's a lot easier to stream through. Yeah, I almost always have a Game Boy within arm's reach, so. MGBA also works. Yeah, there's also, for Mac, Open, I want to say EMU. This emulator, not emu. OpenEMU. It's like this. If you're on the Apple Macintosh. Hey, isn't that backwards? It's usually Macintosh Apple. When Apple makes Mac. That's weird. That's backwards. They got it backwards. Bus journeys are the best Lsdj environment. They're real good, yeah. You just need some good headphones. Or you bug everyone. You already have it. There you go. So you can go get Lsdj. Lsdj is what you would call donationware. So, like, it's free to download, but you can pay for it if you want. I would love everybody to pay for it, because I really, this is not an exaggeration. This program, this Game Boy game has changed my life. It has changed the entire course of history for Chemic Zeal. I wasn't Chemic Zeal before Lsdj. It's very important. Very important. So, what I would recommend, I'm not gonna, don't just go and, drop a bunch of money on it, right? But I mean, if you want to, sure, if you can and you want to. But I would suggest go and download it for free. But if you end up sticking with it, like, if you play with it, you're like, this is weird, it doesn't make sense, I don't like it, and you never touch it again, well, no harm, no foul, you got to try it, you're not out anything. But, like, if you like it and you start dabbling around with it, noodling and making stuff, especially if you never know. This happened to me. It could happen to you. You could end up making a bit of a career out of it. And if you do that, definitely consider going back and donating later. Like, you know what I mean? But you can try it for free. So that's what I would suggest. And then throw a couple bucks here and there. That's what I usually do. When I bought it like 12 years ago, it was like $5 or something. It was like a recommended. Yeah, anyways, BGB is free. I don't even know if you can pay for it. You could probably find a way. But yeah, killer origin story. Well, like, so the actual origin story is like a million years ago. I was in college and I had to do a video project, and I wanted it to look like a Mario type game. I had like this little platformer, like a little turtle that and I wanted authentic sounding music, and I didn't want to just like I don't like paying for stock stuff. I don't like paying for stock graphics or stock sounds or whatever. I'd rather make things myself if I can. And at the time, Indie Game the Movie had just come out, and I was super inspired. And I was like, I'm gonna make games. So I was trying to learn programming and art and music and like everything. So I got this Lsdj thing, and I was like, I guess some news. So I like made one song, and then I never touched it again for like 10 years. And then somebody was like, I saw it somewhere. I came across it again, and I was like, hey, I remember that. That's cool. I bet I still have it. So I went back to my email. You know when you never delete any of your emails? And then I was from like 10 years ago, and I was like, aha, I found my Lsdj key. My receipt. $5 for Lsdj, So, and then I got really into it, and I've got like, if you go on my Bandcamp, which is the same as the chemixil.com, by the way. It just looks fancy. It just looks fancy. Custom domain name looks fancy as heck. That's all my release stuff. So I've been making and releasing music for over 2 years now with it. So it honestly did change my life. I started streaming, I think, partly because of Lsdj, and I've been streaming it every week for the last year or so. So it's kind of crazy. Help, I accidentally got into live mode. I can't get out. Select and left. Select and left. Select and left. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say. So I'm doing a long intro a bit because does everybody who wants to follow along? Hopefully you're looking at something like this right now. Found a stream because of Lsdj. Yeah, there you go. Got to figure out how to get this. I'm not sure how to make it more clear. I've tried linking and stuff. You download Lsdj, download BGB. If you can open BGB, then you can get Lsdj. You just have to drag the GB thing over. So I don't know if there's anyone who's wanting to follow along who hasn't gotten it yet. Like Kid, I don't know if you're looking at trying it tonight or what. You two was super helpful in getting set up for this. Thanks, I tried. So yeah, like if you want to follow along, if you're not following along, it's all good. Sometimes it's easier to see things and then later go through it. Like I don't know. When I was learning, I had so many different resources to look at. I also set up a command for the manual, if that helps. If I say something or you're like, what's the button for this again? You don't want to like derail things, and you're like, wait, how do I? Whatever. The manual is there if you want to look at it. It's for an older version, but it's almost exactly the same. It's fine. I've been so like a year ago I did the first episode of Inspiration Eel. I want this to be a regular thing. I don't want it to be like an annual show. How do I music? That's a good question. I mean, I didn't see that yet. There's a delay on chat. How do I music? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm looking at the wrong window. I'm not psychic. But yeah, so first step is download Little Sound DJ. I'm using version 9.2.L. Lsdj 9.2L. It is the current stable candidate. Bruce, anything is a verb if you verb it hard enough. When was the last time you did an Inspiration Eel? I think it was January 18th of 2020. 2021, I mean. It was like a year ago. In my defense, I was waiting for a new stable version because the developer of Lsdj... wait, is it not on there? When you first load it in, it shows his name. Johan Kudlinski. Can I get it to go again if I make it reload the GB thing? There we go. Little Sound DJ version 9.2.L. Johan Kudlinski. Copyright 2000. He's been working on it for like 22 years, you guys. It's bonkers. It's bonkers. Yeah, so it's like a 1 year. It's 1 year later, but he's been releasing, like, there's a lot. If you are on that page, there's like a whole bunch of ROM images. Even just the stable ones, there was one, let's see, there's so many of them. So many of them. But the one you're looking for is Lsdj 92L, stable candidate. I have had this version crash on me exactly once, and it was on hardware. I've never had a problem running it on PC. And if it does crash, it has a really nice working memory. So even if it crashes, you know, like if you're playing Pokemon or something, your battery dies, you're like, no, I forgot to save my game. And you have to go do the gym again or whatever. It's not like that. It has a working memory in it. So even if you shut it off without saving and you turn your Game Boy back on, you're good to go. So that's really nice, because I've done that a few times. So, shout out for Johan. Yeah, he's awesome. How's it going there, Shadow? Welcome back. Really wish I wasn't using a Mac right now. But you can make it work on Mac. You said you already have OpenEMU or EMU. Let's say EMU. To figure out LSDJ, littlesounddj.net, and then you can get it there. But like I said, it's all going to be recorded. It's just, if you have questions and stuff, obviously it's easiest live, right? But let's get started, yeah? You're probably looking at something like this. One thing I'm gonna do right off the bat, because you can, as you see, you can just press and hold the button, and it'll go. If you hold, so one thing I did on BGB, I don't think you can see, it doesn't open the extra button. If you right-click anywhere on the BGB, and you go to Options, there's an option for joypad, and then if you go configure game controller, you can control like which button is what. If you want to have it totally upside down, you want up to be B, and you want A to be left or something, you can do that. I don't recommend doing that, that's weird, but you can if you want to. What I do recommend, depending on your controller, like this, for LSDJ, you have to hold the select button down a lot, which is honestly kind of weird. Like, it's kind of hard to get used to. It doesn't feel like other Game Boy games. I am using an 8-bit, though, controller that looks kind of like the one on screen. It's basically the same, but it's got analog sticks and, like, extra bumper buttons and stuff. It's the SN30 Pro Plus for anyone interested. But what I would suggest, with this controller in particular, I had one like this, and when I first started streaming it, my controller kept disconnecting, and I was like, what the hey? And what I found out was when you hold the select button on the 8-bit controllers, that's the pairing button. So if you hold that button down for 3 seconds, it'll disconnect. So I remap select onto L. You can kind of see the bumper there and the select button go, so it's the same thing. And then R and start. So that's the only thing that I do that's not normal. Otherwise, like, the D-pad is normal directions. And I've got A, B, X, and Y. X and Y don't really do anything because it's a Game Boy program, right? So, but you know, depending on where you like to put your thumb, you can use X and Y instead. It's up to you. It's up to you. Hey, Herschel, welcome back. How's it going? So the first thing I like to do, if I hold select and then up, you can get to the project screen. And from here, you can just navigate up and down. But sometimes it's going like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, whoa, Nelly, slow down, oh my god. If you're finding the controls are crazy, you want to go to here where it says key delay / repeat. And you can change these numbers. The first number, I believe, is how long you have to hold the button down before it'll go, like before it'll scroll, if that makes sense. So you don't have to keep mushing it, right? This isn't really my jam, so I'll lurk. Have fun. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for the lurk. And the second button is like how fast it will repeat. So to change it, basically this goes for any of the menus. To change stuff, you hold the A button down, and then you can go, so the first thing will be up and down to change this value. Will be up and down. And the second one is left and right. That's basically how you change anything in here. So I like to put mine to B4. Because that's easy for me to remember. But then see, it has like a little pause before it starts scrolling and it doesn't scroll like crazy. If you put it like way down, oh boy, it's gonna be like, oh wait, do I have it backwards? Oh yeah, there we go. It's like, it's like really hard to just get it to move over by 1. Oh darn it, now I have to put it back. I put it back! Do not put it on 1-1. Oh no, okay. Don't do that. If you have it on 0-0, it will never, you know, You have to tap it individually each time to get it to move. And then you can hold the button as long as you want, and it will not go to the next one. Yeah, but don't do 1-1. So I think 7, what was the default? 7 something? I put B4 because it's a word. It's the word B4. B4 you go. Whatever. And then, yeah. This screen also. So a couple things about navigation. In the bottom right, you see all those weird, all the weird little letters there. PSG, CP, Y, W, whatever. That's our map that shows where we are. The default was 7-2. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I find 2, I think, is a little... I don't know. Just play with it. See what feels comfy. Honestly, every time... There was a time where I was using every new version as it was coming out, and it keeps going back to the default. And it's like too fast for me. I don't like it repeating that fast. I like to have a little bit more control. You know. So I was like, I'm just going to put on B4 because I can remember B4 because it's a word. But if you're just using the same one every day, it doesn't matter. So we got a few options here. I don't think I even know what everything in this program does. But if I don't know what it does and I've been working in it for 2 years, you can probably get by without knowing what it was. Just saying. Is that input delay? I guess. Yeah, I guess you could say. Yeah, I guess it is input delay. Never understand how any of this goes over my head, but like the coding videos I watch, I can half understand what's going on. Yeah, well, you watch it once, you half understand, then you watch again, then maybe you other half understand. Why is 0 an S? It's a 0. It's like, you can't really put a diagonal line in it, because then it would be an 8. If it bugs you, you can actually change the font. So, here, transpose. You're probably not going to use that often. If you write in a key and you want to change everything up half a step, you can move it up 1 step. You know, these are half steps. Sync, I think that's if you're doing 2 Game Boys with like 2 instances of Lsdj. That is fancy stuff. We're not worried about that. Clone, you want to be on deep. I'll talk about cloning later, but deep is safe. Deep is safe. The other option is slim. It is possible to ruin things if you're on slim, so I keep things on deep just to be safe. It can take more memory, but the save file is 128 kilobytes no matter what you do. So worst case scenario, you just have fewer songs, but I've had like 20 songs on 1 cartridge with no problems. Begun the Clone War has. This is where you can change the look of it. So this is the font is Y2K is the default. 0, which was made by our very own defense mechanism. And Kiko, which is just cute and tiny. It's just cute and small. I'll just leave it on the default for now. And then the colors. This is supposed to be like Amigo colors, I guess. I never use the Amigo, so I don't know. CRT, if you're feeling like Matrixy or something. Cute is cute. Bort is Bort. I don't know. There's different colors. You can play with them. And that's, you know. I change my colors sometimes. There's a patcher you can get where you can make your own. You can put in your own fonts like this and that. You can make your own color schemes, and that's how I did the Pokemon ones and stuff. It's crazy. Pre-listen you usually want on. What pre-listen is when you input a note, it'll be like, and you can hear what the note sounds like. If you turn it off, then you can't. And I don't know. I guess that's good if never. That's never good. It might be good for you. It's not good for me. I never use it. Pre-listen on so you can hear how things go. Clean song data, clean instrument data is like if you have extra stuff, like if you accidentally have, like if you make a phrase or something and then you don't put any music in it, and then you have another phrase that's exactly the same. It just cleans up the data. It removes like duplicate stuff that you might have made by accident. You probably don't need to worry about it again, like... That's more if you're going to be filling up your cartridge. I'm saying cartridge, but, you know, Game Boy cartridge or your save file on your computer or whatever. But the save files are always 128 kilobyte. Clean song data is useful in deep cloning. That's true. That is true. And there's no bugs with it, right? I was messing around. Defense Mech, I used to do this all the time. It was like a habit. Clean song data, clean instrument data, and then save. And then I found that one thing. You were there. You remember, where I was doing weird stuff with tables where I had like empty, or I had tables that I wasn't referring to. So I think as long as I'm doing that, I don't know, I think I fixed it. But yeah, you can, Like, it probably isn't going to make a big difference if you're just starting out making little songs, but I guess it's not a bad habit to do. If you're worried, you can, like, save as, but... Been a couple of tiny bugs in the non-stable versions and cleaning, but those have been squashed. Nice. So we don't need to worry. But I think my table thing that I was messing around probably still breaks stuff, but I don't know. Because I was doing things in a way you're not intended to, so that doesn't count. Alright. Press these as often as you want. It's all good. This is where you go to load or save song, as you can guess. So A will bring you to this screen, where you can load, save, or erase. Our file is empty. We'll just go empty. We'll load it again. I don't know. This is a really nice feature that was added. It'll tell you how long you've basically had the file open since you saved it, if you've made any changes. I haven't made any, but, you know, sure. We'll reload. So we're brand new song. Brand new song. Brand new song. I'll talk about navigating, I guess, as we go, sort of. I'll try to say, like, what buttons I'm pressing and, like, exactly what I'm doing. But again, if anything is confusing or I'm not explaining something, please, you know, please tell me. Don't be afraid to... Cammy, you're going too fast. Cammy, I don't know what button you pressed. I don't know. How did you... Where am I? I'm in live mode. How did this happen? How did this happen? I will mention that if you hold select and you tap left, you can go into live mode, which is mostly used for live stuff, but it is fun for playing around and seeing, like, if you're testing out a song. But if you find yourself where, like, your controls are not doing what you expect them to do, check to see if it says live, because the controls are a little bit different in live mode and it can be confusing. If you ever find yourself in live mode, just hold down select, tap left, and boom, you're back to song mode. I don't know if it's called song mode, but this is the song screen. So, you know, select and up is your project screen. I forgot to mention you can change the tempo here. 128 BPM is the default. And yeah, I think that's about it for that. Tells you how long you've worked on the song and everything, so that's pretty cool. And the total would be, like, for the whole save file, I guess. If you go select down is groove. For beginners, you probably aren't going to deal with this, but this is how, if you want to do wonky time signatures, like if you want to do waltzes, or you want to do, like, there's so much cool stuff you can do, but it's kind of complicated. I'm not going to explain it right now. So to make a new chain, first thing we do, make a new chain. You just press A. You just press A, and that makes chain number 0. And if we go into chain number 0, by holding select, and then we go right. So you can see on the bottom right, we kind of moved from S for song screen to C to chain screen. Where it's like we're like opening a door, right? So everything that you put in here, if you make one that's like, 1. If you double tap A, it'll make a new one that you haven't used yet. So like AA, oh wow, 2. These are all doors. So if we go into door 0, there's nothing. If you go into door 01, there's nothing, because we haven't put anything in those chains yet. You got it set up. Nice. Good job. Good job. I'm going to try to... maybe we'll start a couple songs. I think it's the starting that's kind of weird, you know? Or tricky, I guess. Post my favorite emotes of my own chance. They show up as most used on new PC. Hey, you brought some hot pizza boxes? What's on the pizza? The more cheese and bacon, the better. That's what I say. So if we go, so here's an organization thing. Here's an organization thing. This is not how you have to do things. This is how I like to do things. I'm gonna get rid of these. No, I'll leave them there. Okay, what I like to do, the very first thing I do when I'm starting a song is, for me, I like to have some silence. I like to have some space. So I'll go into, I'll make my 0, I'll go in, select right. In chain 0, I'll usually just put a phrase. So this is a phrase 0. I'm trying to make this simple, but it's confusing to explain, but I'll try to make it not too confusing. So this is the song screen, and you put your chains in here, and the chains are made up of phrases. And then the phrases, if we go into phrase 0, this is the phrase, which is, it's kind of, It's an interesting name for it because, like, from a music standpoint, a phrase you usually think of as like 4 measures or 4 bars or 8 bars or whatever, like a, you know, a phrase of music. So it doesn't really line up in that sense here. So one phrase in LSDJ is like 1 bar of 4/4 time, basically. The more cheese, the better. What happened to No Cheese Cammy? I fired her. I didn't like the way she ordered pizza with no cheese on it. So if you go, I like to just have empty. I like to have just 0 is empty because my brain, it sees 0 and it thinks empty. It thinks there's nothing there. Nothing there. Right? So I have phrase 0 with nothing in it inside of chain 0 with nothing in it. So what I like to do, let's say I want to have 4 bars of intro in the melody or bass line or something like that. I'll go and I'll just make chain 0 with 4 phrases of 0. So this is just nothing. This is 4 bars of nothing. If I play it, it's just like nothing. There's nothing in there. You can play with start, by the way. We'll have it play through whatever is in there. I could put a note in here. And because pre-listen is on, we can hear it. That's just by pressing A. You just put a note. You can change the octave, which is the number on there, by pushing up. So you hold A, push up or down to change the octave. It's just like on a piano, C2, C3, C4, right? If you want to change the note, again, you're holding A. Every time you press A, it'll play the note. So if you're like, oh, what does it sound like again? You go on there. And if you hold A and you go to the right, it's C sharp, D, D sharp, E, and go back down. So that's the basic. This is how you use LSDJ. So now if I play it, so this is like, yeah, Bluesy said it's 16. Yeah, so it's it's like a sequencer tracker. I think it's kind of the same thing, right? So the way I see it, each one of these chunks, like see on the left how these are orange and then blue and then orange. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 alternating. So you'd be like 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4, right? So, whoops. So you can put, so if you do this, this is like 1 bar of 4/4 time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know? To delete, you can, oh, hang on. If you hold select and you tap B 2 times, you can start selecting stuff. So you can select the whole screen if you want. And then if you hold select and A is cut. And if I'm like, oops, I didn't mean to do that, select and A will paste whatever it was. If you ever just want to like clear out one phrase, you hold select and then B, 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 A to delete it. There's a lot of like shortcuts and things, and I remember it being really overwhelming when I first started. But what you can do, there's like very simple things. Like, I mean, another way to do that, if I had that in there, you can hold B and then push A, and that will remove whatever's there. But it cuts it. So you can you can paste it by holding select and pressing A. You can do that a bunch. So that's a helpful thing, but as long as you know A will put a note in there, you hold A, left and right to change the note, up and down to change the octave, hold B, press A to delete. So like, you know what I mean? My goal here is to get you set up that you can put notes in and take them out. I don't want to talk too much about like copy, paste, duplicate this, clone that. Like, it's a lot of stuff, but at the very beginning, you can put it in with A, take it out, hold B, push A, and it's gone. You can't get back to phrase 0, you said. So to navigate, you're holding select. If you think about these as doors, right? So you hold select and you go right. See on the bottom part, that's your map at the bottom right. So we're in the, so C is for the chain screen, and then P down here is for phrase. And then there's instrument and tables and stuff, which we'll talk about in a second. But if you're not sure where you are, just hold select and left basically until you get back to the song screen. I think, unless you're in Groove or Project or something. Yeah, there's a lot of screens, but you can use that map wherever you are. If you're like, oh, I'm on this synth screen, what the heck is this? So you can go left to the project screen and down, or you can go like down, left, left. You see what I mean? If you're like, don't look at the big screen, but look at the little, in the bottom right, the little map, you know? You see what I mean? You go left, left, right. Oh, what the heck? What wave? Oh my god, what is this? This looks like a weird Christmas sweater. What am I doing? But if you look at the map, you can go down to whatever table is. And I'm holding select, right? That's the main thing, is if you're navigating around, you got to be holding select. Because if you're not holding select, you're walking around on the screen that you're on. If you hold select, you're changing the whole screen. That kind of makes sense. It's really hard to get used to at first. If you've never used a tracker, it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. But that's the main thing is, you know, just your regular old arrows to get around on a screen. Hold select and you're opening doors. It's like you're grabbing the doorknob. You know? The other thing, like Oracle mentioned a second ago, is all the values are between 0 to 9 and then A to F. So this is in hexadecimal, which is also weird, to be honest. So like, if I make a new... So this is the other thing. You can go between these two to change them by holding A and then left and right. It doesn't matter right now because these are all empty, but I'll show you in a second. So 1, 2, 3. I'm just holding A and going to the right. Right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But instead of 10, we go to A. And then B, C, D, E, F. And that's like one cycle. And then 10. So we're starting like at 0 again. And then 1 all the way up to 9. And then 1A all the way up to 1F. And then we get 20. And so that's not really... Like, it doesn't make the biggest difference as far... Like, I don't really get the math, to be honest. Because, yeah, like, 16 is F, right? It's confusing to think about, but for the most part, don't worry too much about it. You just kind of get a feel for it. I'm just seeing if I missed anything else in chat. Reminds me of my first dancing lesson. I was really nervous, and later on I love dancing. That's a good way to put it, too. It's a good way to put it. But yeah, so I need water. I'm gonna need a lot of water breaks because I don't usually talk this much. So let's try making a song. So what we'll do, so like I said, I want to have a little intro. Let's do a little bass line, all right? What I'll do, there's a lot of stuff, and I'll be honest, I was overwhelmed learning it, and I'm a little bit overwhelmed teaching it. So, you know, it's a learning process for everybody, so bear with me. We've gone over navigation, so for the most part, you know, like I said, if you get stuck, just watch the little map, hold select, and just wiggle your way back, you know, whatever you have to do. If you're stuck here, you're, oh, I can't go left to right, go up, you know, try to get back to here. So what I like to do, like I said, I like to have a 0, because in this situation, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a 0 here. And again, if you, this is another newer feature that was added that's cool, is if you just press A, it'll do the next available one, which means it'll be empty because it assumes you want to make new music. So that's cool, right? But if you're like, no, I don't want this to be 4, I want this to be 0, you can back down to 0, but you can also jump by 10s. So wherever you are, if you just A and then down, it'll go back to 0. So what we're going to start with, I'm going to get these out of here. So B, hold B, press A to delete it. They still exist. I can put them back. I can put them back whenever I want, but I'm going to get rid of it for now. So I'm going to start with this. We'll start in pulse 2. And I realized I didn't talk about the channels. I didn't talk about the channels at all. We have 2 pulse channels. You heard what it kind of... Oops. I'm going to start with 1. 01. We'll go into 01. We'll open this door by select and hold right. Or hold select and press right. We'll go in here, we'll make our very first phrase. So if we tap it once, there we go, it goes to 1. Hold select and go right. Now we're opening the door and we're in the phrase. And if we look behind us, there's 2 open doors behind us, right? There's the chain door and the song door. So we go back in here. And so let's just do I don't know. When I started making music, I didn't know anything about music theory, like very, very little. So let's just use the key of C major. There's like no flats, no sharps, no nothing. Something I will mention for people who are familiar with music is Lsdj does not have flats. It only has sharps. So if you're writing in like B flat major, I guess, has B flat and E flat, right? You're not using B flat and E flat. So you're not like B flat, C, D flat, or sorry, B flat, C, D, E flat, F. It's not like, oh, the B and the E are sharp. Instead, it's like the A and the... I'm having trouble with words. It's if you're writing in B flat major, instead of thinking like, oh, the B and the E are flat, it's like the A and the D are sharp, but they're also natural and there just isn't a B or E. This is Chipped Into Music Theory Aloud. I'm just saying. Because if you're looking for, you're like, oh, I need my E flat. There isn't an E flat. The E flat is only D sharp. So sometimes I choose the keys that I work in because of that. Because it's hard for me to remember, oh, I have D and D sharp, but I'm not using E. You know what I mean? So just a side note for music people. But let's just not use any flats or any sharps. We'll start on E. E or F. E is a good note to start on, I think. Oh, let's go F. It gives us a bit of wiggle room. Because if you start on C, C2 is the lowest you can go. So if you want to have like a da 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 da, you can't do that starting on C2. You can move it an octave up. But then it's not as bassy because it's higher. So that's where with a bass I'll usually start on E or F. And then that way if I want to go like this, press D to, or press start, sorry, to see what it sounds like. And let's say I wanted to see what this sounded like if it was a little bit higher. Like, oh, what if I had Fs instead of Es? This is cool, what you can do. So you can change them one at a time. You know what, let's just do that for now. You can highlight multiples. If you hold select and tap B, you can select as much stuff as you want. And then you can hold A and change it. That is kind of a lot. So for now, just focus on, I don't know, I'm trying to cater to different levels too. Mostly beginner though, so don't worry about highlighting a bunch of stuff at once, just change notes one at a time, right? Press start to see what your phrase sounds like. Okay, that sounds cool, but what if instead of like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, what if we have like C, D, E instead? So I'm gonna hold A on this, press right until it's E and then let go. And this one, we'll turn it to D, so hold A, tap right. And then this one, the F, we'll hold A and we go tap left to go lower. And now we can press start again to see what it sounds like. Student council meeting. Have a good lurk, May. I'm reading the future again. Oops. You just can do C1. You might be in the wave channel if you can do C1. If you look at the top right, I'm gonna use my eel here. I'm gonna have to use my eel. If you look, wait, what's going on? What happened? What are we? Not that. We just want to move the eel. Just the eel here. If you look up here, he tells you what channel you're in. So that's the Pulse 2 channel. If we go here, see it says Pulse 1. Wave channel. Noise channel. Oh, he looks so cute like that. Can I put him back though? Boop. So the wave channel is really cool, but it's also the most complex, so I'm gonna leave it for last. You've heard what the Pulse 2 channel sounds like. Pulse 1 is the same. So what you could do if you wanted, if you hold A and then press right, now these are both the same. So if we go into Pulse 2 where we just were, and then we go into this, so select and right. Okay, select left and left again. And we can go into Pulse 1, hold select, go right, right again. It's the same thing. But we're in the pulse 1 channel. And if you come back to the song screen, you want to hear how it all sounds together, you come here and you press start. It sounds the same because it is the same. If we put this back on 0, it'll just sound quieter. That's what one pulse instrument sounds like. That's what it sounds like when you have both of them. So we're gonna leave it 0 with nothing, right? Nothing in there. And this one we just have 1. Now I like this. But I want to have maybe just Fs, just all Fs. So I'm gonna make 2. And again, you scroll between them by holding A and then left and right. How do you stop it from looping? You don't. You just press start again. It's like start and stop, and it'll loop. So what we can do here, I'm gonna go select, tap right, and I'm just gonna put all Fs. So holding A again, holding A, tapping right to get the note I want. A, and press start to see what this sounds like. Yeah, it sounds how I expected. So what I want it to do I want it to do this bar, and then I want it to go to this one. So select left. You can change these. So we basically want it to be 2 and then 1. So what I'm gonna do is hold A, change this one to 2 by tapping right. Change this one to 1. And now our top one. And then the bottom one has this on it. So there's a couple cool things you can do. If you want to see how the 2 bars sound, you can press start on this screen and it will play through. It'll play it from here, whatever you're on. So if we just go here, it'll play both of them and it will go between the whole, it'll go through the whole chain. You can put 16 phrases in here and it'll play all of them and then it goes back to the top. There, so that's our bass line. So if we wanted to do that, let's say 4 times. Does it say live in the top left for you? Yeah, that's probably it. If it says live in the top left, just hold select and tap left, and then it'll go back to song. Yango, this has been quite helpful. Oh, hey, Glacial, I didn't even know you were there. You can always catch the VOD later if you want to catch up on stuff. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great weekend and everything. Have a super Friday. Kid who talks too much. If it's ever not stopping or the controls are weird, get yourself back to the song screen here by holding select and then arrows to navigate. And then just hold select and tap left. If it says live mode, or if it says live, that's how you get out, is hold select and tap left. That's the only thing I can think of why it wouldn't be stopping. So, but if we go back into, so this is chain number 1. We go into chain number 1, and it says at the top, chain 01, right? If we go into one of these, it'll say chain 00. Oh, and again, because the chain 0 has nothing in it, it's just an empty phrase. It's just empty phrase. This 00 is an empty phrase. If we go over to the wave channel and it's 0, it's an empty phrase. It's empty, empty, empty because that's what we made it. That's the way I like to organize stuff because, like I said, right now we have our bass line playing in here. And if I didn't have this here, let's say, and I just put something here, it'll start playing this with that, right? But I want it to play... like Oracle said, it'll go from top to bottom. So it'll play through this row, all 4 at the same time. And then we'll go to the next one and play all 4 at the same time. So I want there to be a little bit of space while we get the bass going. You delete notes, hold B, and then press A. And if you delete it by accident, you can just tap A to put it back. Recapping from earlier, phrases, chains, and instruments are universal. Yeah, they're universal. And we'll talk about instruments too in a second. The nice thing is the default pulse instrument just sounds really nice already. So, but yeah, so basically, like if I put one down here, it's the same. And then hold B and tap A to delete it. So we have our bass here, so we'll go back into 01. I want this to play, I want there to be 4 bars of this. So I'm gonna put 2 again. So again, you hold A and you can go left and right to change it. I can go to 3 or 4 or 8 or whatever, but this one's empty, so there's nothing in there. And we mentioned earlier about cleaning the song in that. This is where, because technically right now, phrase 07 is the same as phrase 00, right? Because they're both empty. These are the same. And you can go through them. If you go like, see, you can hold up and down, you can go between them. So we can start up here and go work our way down, right? Just holding down or tapping down, you can go through. You can see at the top says phrase 01, and then phrase 07, phrase 00. So this is where if we have 2 of them that are the same, and we go, here, we can go to clean song. Oh, it'll probably delete like half my stuff because there's nothing in here. Well, we'll see what it does. Clean song data. So see, it said there were 4 chains that were not being used and 1 phrase that was not being used. So it cleaned it up for me. So here, see both, so the 07 got turned into O's, like to 00, because they were the same. It's like, you don't need 2 of these. We just made them the lowest one. We just made them the same. So, but I want this to be 0201, 0201. And then if we press start here. There we go. It is less intuitive on a keyboard. If you have a USB controller, I recommend using a controller instead. If you're on keyboard, select is shift. Start is enter. The arrow keys are your D-pad, so that's weird because instead of your left thumb, it's like your right hand. And then A and S are your B and A buttons. So it's definitely less intuitive. It's possible though. That's what I think when I made my first song, that's what I did. That was like 12 years ago. Or whatever. All right, well, set the buttons to whatever makes sense for you. If you can make it a little more intuitive or less unintuitive, do that. But yeah, I recommend using a gamepad if you can, because it is a Game Boy game, right? It is a Game Boy game. The Super Nintendo controller works really well. And depending how you like to hold your controller or like how long your thumb is, you might want to use X and Y instead of A and B. When I set mine up, I kind of do either way, either or. But yeah, you can use that instead if you want, because X and Y don't really do anything. So, so now to recap, we have our song. So, okay, it didn't get rid of 02, even though it's empty, because it's like actually empty. So in the pulse channel, we've got 0, in pulse 1 rather. Pulse 2, we have our 4 bars of bass. Wave is empty and noise is empty. So what it's going to do, it's going to play through. Now we've got 4 bars of empty, so 4 bars of rest, you can think of it. And then 4 bars of bass. So what it's going to do is it's going to play through these 4 bars. We'll only hear this one because there's nothing going on in the others, and then it goes on to the next one, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put 01 again so that the bass keeps going. And actually, I'm going to put, this is going to be 2 in the noise channel. So again, when you're moving around, it's the D-pad. Moving between screens is hold select and D-pad. And if you need to change a value of anything, you hold A and you use the D-pad. Where are the 4 bars of rest? For me, I like to use 0. So if you go into the chain 0, I put 4 phrases that are just 0. Because to me, 0 is like silence. Like there should be nothing. You can put notes in here. You can put notes in here if you want. You know, you can do that if you want. But for me, I like to just have nothing in there, and then I know. So if I want to have like a build-up song, right? If you think of like a rock and roll song, you'll have like your drums, and your bass and your lead guitar, maybe a rhythm guitar or vocalist, you know, whatever, right? So you can kind of think of it like that too. So if you think of it like we're starting with the bass, and then these ones are resting. So that's where I have the 0 is for rest. And when I was starting out, I found it a lot easier to kind of build one piece at a time. So I would have, I mean, you build one piece at a time anyways, but nowadays I'll make a song and there's like so much going on in every channel, you know, it's hard to explain. So what we'll do here is we're going to put a snare drum on beat 2 and 4. So we can go to the noise channel here, noise for noise. The noise channel is a bit different because it doesn't really have notes. It just goes like it's just static noise basically, and you can control how it sounds, like what pitch. It's not an exact note, but you know, it's a close pitch. You can have it go really short. You can have it taper off and make like a cymbal. Yo, Spaceman Dips, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. What were you playing? You were playing, I forget. What were you playing? I think I was lurking in there, but I forgot what you were playing. Diablo, you're playing Diablo 3. Also, it's on the screen. Kemi, you could literally wait 4 seconds and it'll show up and you don't have to look like a goober who forgets things so easily. How was Diablo? How's it going? Hey there, Uncle Nix. How's it going? You guys have just walked into episode 2 of Inspiration Eel. I'm teaching chat how to use Lsdj, which is what I use to make all my music. That little raid sound that you heard, all that cool stuff, you know? So, it's a little slower than our usual Friday. Hey, the puppy moves in chat on the screen. That's so cute. That should be our official welcome raiders, okay guys? Welcome raiders, puppy dog. Or the paw print. I think we have the paw print for follower emote, right? Yeah. Or a cabbage or whatever. That's cute. I like that. You're playing a hardcore character? Hardcore, like permadeath. They're gone forever. It's like Diablo Nuzlocke. I'm just listening. I heard the raid and I thought it was what you were working on. Incredibly impressed. I mean, I do have a save file somewhere with that song on it. Aw, yeah, Dips has a cute puppy dog too. Well, I hope you had a lot of fun with it. It's stressful. It's stressful. But welcome in, get comfy, learn about chiptune if you want. This is how I make my Game Boy music. So far we have in one of our pulse channels we have a bass line. You love hardcore on Diablo 3. It's like too much for me, I think. It's too much. I haven't played Diablo in a long time. I kind of want to get back to it. But WoW is my Blizzard game right now. I'm probably gonna stay up so late tonight playing WoW. I just started a mage and he's level 21. Anyways. I was like, that came together really fast. You know what? I have streamed like making alerts. They come together real fast. They sometimes do. It's really cool. It's really fun. I love working on stuff like this. Let's make a snare drum, yeah? So right now we've got, for people coming in, I'm not going to go over everything again. You can catch the VOD if you want. But I will, here, let me put this in here. Lsdj, this is the program we're using. It's free to download, but you can always donate later if you like it. BGB is the emulator I'm using to run it on PC, because it is a Game Boy ROM. I also have it on cartridges on my DMG right here. By the way, for anybody into modding, the NES buttons work really well on Game Boy. Just saying, I like the concave buttons. Anyways, yeah, so this is what we're doing. We're gonna go add a snare in here on beats 2 and 4. So to make a brand new phrase in the chain, I think tap A, yeah. You tap A. If it gives you one that's not new, you can double tap and it will make sure that you get a new one. Because otherwise, if you just put A, it'll just keep putting the same one. So you can hold B, tap A to delete. It's actually really handy to be able to just keep doing the same one. So I'm going to go into here with select and right. Boop. And we're going to go to 4 because it's beat 2. A little cheat is like anytime the numbers on the left there change color, it's a new beat. So like 1, 2, 3. So like C is 4, right? So we should put a note there. That's what our default note sounds like in the noise channel, and it actually is a pretty good snare. You can just leave it alone. Yep. Play it. So that's pretty cool. So let's get out of here. So here's what happens. Here's why you want these to generally be the same length. So far they've all been 4 bars. This one's only 1 bar. So if you watch the arrow, what happens? If we go here, they're all gonna move here at the same time, right? 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, and then it moves, right? They all move at the same time because there's 4 bars. So that's where these ones are resting, right? So there's nothing happening that we can hear, but it's just taking up space. But then once we get here, this one's only 1 bar long. So it's gonna go ch, ch, and then it's gonna go back here. So you'll see the arrow on this column move. And it goes back up here and there's nothing happening. And we're, oh wait, we wanna have more snare, right? So if we go in here, that's where we can take that. So 3 is our phrase that has the snare in it. So we can just have 4 of those. And now if we play, you can go in while it's playing and see where it's at and the little arrow's going. And then it goes back up here. 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Right? Does that make sense? By the way, I think I'll put this save file, I'll put it, I don't know, somewhere. Maybe, so you guys can download it if you want to like go in and check on my instruments and stuff. Speaking of instruments, we can go in and change things a little bit. So with the pulse instrument, so we're gonna go select and tap right. And we'll go into one of these, select, tap right, to go into the chain, into the phrase. And so this instrument is instrument number 1. If we go into the noise channel, it automatically made instrument number 2 for us. So that's really nice. So those are 2 different instruments. You can put, like I could change this to instrument number 1. It's a pulse instrument. Because that's the one that we made in the pulse channel. If we put it on 2, it's a noise instrument. So to get into the instrument screen, I'm gonna teach you guys good habits. You make an instrument, you name that instrument. You name it. Don't be like Defense Mech and call it Boop 1 or Boop 2 or whatever. We're gonna name our instruments. So this is our snare. And honestly, you can leave it just like that. The default snare sounds pretty good. So we're gonna hold select when we're on in the instrument column here, right? So you got note column, instrument column, command. This is special. It's really cool. But we probably won't get into it, or not too much. What I'll probably do is for the last hour or something, I'll probably go over more like advanced tricks and little cool things and doing commands and tables and stuff. But at first, I just want you guys to know how, like, what the channels are for, how to go in and make an instrument and make it sound a little bit different than your other instruments, how to get it to play your song, and, you know, how to just build something, right? So again, we're on instrument 2 here. We'll go select and right. And now we're in our instrument screen. If you look in the bottom right, you can see I for instrument. If we go further right, we're in the table screen, which we're not using right now. Your snare doesn't end. Then that doesn't make sense. How come it doesn't end? You're on the right version, you didn't mess with it. You can make it so it doesn't end, but here, I'll help you with it. So we're going here. First things first, name, press A. I'm gonna call it SNR. So I'm just navigating with the D-pad and then pressing A, and then we'll go OK, or you can also hit start. Now this is our snare. If you put this, so this is our envelope. This is really cool and useful. So what you can do, if I press start right now, it'll play the bar that we're in. So it's playing this. But we can go in the instrument and change it as it goes. So on the envelope, hold A, and if you tap down, you can make it quieter. And you can see the, whatever that's called, the triangle thing, showing you like what the sound sounds like. You can make it louder, pressing up. And it's the envelope, so you can think it's like attack, sustain, release, decay, all that kind of mushed into, you know. You can make it shorter. You can make it longer. You know. So if yours doesn't end, check to see if it has like 0 on, because 0 is like, it's awful. It'll just keep going forever. Yeah, it sounds bad. Don't, yeah. So I'm gonna put it. And then you'll notice there's 3 sections for envelope. Honestly, I wouldn't use those unless you need to. But you can think of it as like beginning, middle, and end. So if you want a note, let's say you want like a big loud, like a cymbal or something. You want it to start really loud, but you want it to be like really loud for a quick moment. Like that. You can go to the second one. See, and there's a 0 on it, so that's where it goes forever. So you gotta... So you can do like this if you want. See? Honestly, just play with this. And then if you want it to get loud again, you can. You can have it go back up for a bit. You can make all kinds of cool sounds. What I would do, don't even touch these. Just, you can usually get what you want from this, unless you specifically, like if you want a really specific sound, like you want a ksh, ksh, like if you really want it. Because the thing is, you can see it's already at like a decrescendo, right? It already starts loud and gets quieter. Oh. Water time. Ooh, actually it might be cough drop time. Your settings are the same as mine on screen, and it's not ending? That's weird. Let me get cough drop here. Okay. I can't really think of why that would be. You could try reloading the song. So what you could do if you're ever like something's weird, so if you go select and up, load save song. We actually haven't saved this yet, so we should. I'm just gonna save it as T. I don't know. You put whatever name you want. This is the backspace. You put whatever, and then okay. If it's not ending till the next note is played, it could just be that it's a really long note too. Like here it looks like it doesn't end until the next note is played. But it's because it's like cutting it off. If you ever want to hear what it sounds like not in the... Like you could get rid of this. Hold B, press A. To see what's happening. But if you can pre-listen to it, if you just if you hold A, you can press A. You can tap it, but if you hold A, you can just hold it until the note ends. Like I'm still holding A and it's done, right? So that could be. If you think that it's bugging out or something, what you could do, what I would do if I thought there was like a mistake or something, is go save, but instead of saving on our, I should really just, let me just name this like, Teach. I don't know, Teach, I'll call it Teach. So our song is called Teach. Okay, but what you can do, so let's say you've been working on your song and then all of a sudden something sounds wonky and you can't figure out what it is. Usually, like, this is a pretty stable version of Lsdj. Like I said, I haven't really had any problems with it. So I hate to say it, but it's most likely you. Especially if you're not familiar with the program, you might have changed something without realizing, or you don't know how something works, and that's fine. But what I would do, just in case, is I would say save and then go to an empty one. You can call it Teach again if you want, or Teach 2 or whatever. And just save it on there, just to see. But then if you, like, load it, you can force it to reload. So if there was something, like, I mean, technology is not perfect. if there was a problem with it, that it was just going on forever and it had nothing to do with the way you programmed it, you know, you could just reload it. But just if you load it without saving, you'll lose any progress you've done since your last save, right? So that's why I say do like a save as, right? So I don't know if that helps at all. By the way, on this screen where you see it says teach.2 and then 2, I shouldn't have called this teach2, that's confusing. Whoops. I loaded it. We'll just call this one also teach. So in case you're wondering what's up with all these numbers, like why is this teach.2 and this is teach.4 and then they both say 2 on the right? The 2 on the right, on the far right there, that's like the size. So if you have a song that has a lot of complicated instruments and like lots of stuff going on, that's going to be a big number. And then you can see, like at the bottom, you see blocks used, 4 out of BF. I'm not sure what that number translates to because I'm not good at hexadecimal math. But just know that it would go all the way up to 9, and then A to F, and then 1A to 1F, and then 2A to 2, whatever, 2-0 to 2F, yeah, and then C0 to CF, and so there's like a lot of blocks to get to BF. Best friend block. But you can see, so 2 blocks on this one, 2 blocks on that one, so we have 4 blocks at the bottom. So sometimes you'll see like a out of memory or something if you're using all your blocks. So I would just say like when you get to B0 is probably a good time to start a new save file, just as a little side note. The .2 or .4, that's literally just how many times you've saved it. It's like the version. It keeps track for you. Streamer's been able to stream for like 4 months is back, so I'm gonna head out. Thanks for the stream and have a great night. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I know it's not really your thing. I appreciate that you've been sticking around, you know, and lurking and that. And if you ever do want to get into Lsdj, you can watch this and maybe figure something out. But, you know, good to see you. And thanks for hanging out this morning, too. I appreciate it. Have a super weekend and everything. Take care. Getting the hang of this, now I'm using a controller. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the controller, it definitely has, like, a better rhythm. It didn't help, but I'll figure it out eventually. You mentioned something about the note being too long. How do you adjust that? Okay, I'll go over that, too. I'm just going to finish this thought about this. So let's say we save it again. It's going to be teach.5. And then teach.6 and teach.7. So this is really handy if you're like, oh no, I've been using versions. Which one was I on? You're like, this one might have more stuff. They might be the same size if you didn't add anything crazy. 1 minute of unsaved work. Yeah, okay. About the note being too long. I mean, one thing you can do... So another thing is, when I was starting out with Lsdj, I didn't know how to do things efficiently. So I didn't know how to like save space. Like there's different things, the different ways that you can program to basically get the same result, but some things will take up a little bit more space in your save file than other things. At the beginning, I would not worry about it one bit. You know, like I said, if you get to the storage thing there, oops, I muted. Oh, that's another thing. If you mute, just press B. If you ever get to the point where the blocks used at the bottom is getting close, like if you see it's B anything, B0 out of BF or like BA out of BF, then you probably want to start a new save file. Because you're going to run out of songs soon, or run out of room. As far as the save file goes, you can, it's a computer file, right? If it's on your computer, you can duplicate it. Put one in a safe place, and then you can go reset the cartridge on the other one. But we're not going to get there today. We're not doing that much stuff. But what we have right now, we've got our snare in the noise channel. We've got our bass in the pulse 2. By the way, you can go up and down. Like, you can navigate. This is, I don't know. This is complicated. But if you're in here, so you're in chain 2, and you want to see it go to the next one, you know how I said you can scroll down and it'll go to the next one? You just go down, and we're going down within these, right? You can also hold B and go up and down. But that's kind of, I know that's kind of weird because you can't really see. Let's see, like if we go in here, we're in 01, we go hold B, press down, we're in 02 now. How did you make the snare? I literally just pressed A. And that's the default. If you want to change the pitch a bit, you can... So this is where, you know how in the pulse channel, you have the notes and the octaves, right? Right? The noise channel is a bit different because, like I said, it's just noise. So this one, you just go by ear and see what sounds good to you. I mean, that's what you should do anyways, honestly. Just do what sounds good to you. But if you hold A and you go left and right, this one is in hex. So 2B, 2A, 2-9, 2-8. Up and down. So you can do that to adjust the sound if you want. I'll often use 2C, but... So you can make them sound a little bit different. I'll just put them both on 30, because it's pretty good, actually, the default. And then I hold select and tap right. Just make sure you name it snare. And then the type is noise. You can use, like, different types of... You can make it a pulse instrument if you want. For the most part, though, I would say just leave it. Put noise instrument in the noise channel, pulse instrument in the pulse channel, and then wave and kit go in the wave channel. And wave we'll talk about last, because it's a tricky one, but it's really cool. Did you know the first few songs that I made basically looked like this? There was just nothing. I just didn't put anything in there. I was scared of the wave channel, so I didn't use it. I don't recommend that, because now it's my favorite channel, and it's so cool. But maybe the pulse channels are definitely the ones where it's easiest to kind of figure things out. And I was making an album. This is another project of mine. But I was making an album where I was just doing, like, the 2 pulse channels. Like, ignore the other 2. Or only 2 channels at a time. And I worked on that one a little bit on stream. So what I did was I did a song with just 2 channels, just to see if I could get it to sound good with only 2 channels. And then later I did a version where I did all 4. And I was trying to do that because it was like a songwriting kind of exercise. So our songs so far, again, these zeros have zeros in them, and the zeros have no notes. So they're just resting. But if we play it by pressing start, and you can go in while it's playing. And then it just loops again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this again. So we're gonna leave 0 in the wave channel. We're not doing anything in the wave yet. Maybe later. We're gonna keep the snare drum going here. So we're gonna put 2 again, because it's the same thing. This 2 is full of 3s, which is full of snares. Right? It's the same thing here. It's the same thing. So here we've got 4 bars of rest, 4 bars of snares, 4 bars of snares, right? We could put 0 here if we want to rest and have no snares for a bit. It's all just putting loops together. If you guys ever use, like, what's it called? Fruity Loops, right? I think that was a loop. I never actually used it, but I assumed it was, like, putting loops together. It's, you know? Here we have our bass. So we're going to put more bass again. And then maybe what we could do, we could put a kick drum, right? We could put a kick drum. So... have like 1 and 3 maybe. So actually what we could do, we could put it in the wave channel. So I'm gonna make 03. And if you ever forget, like if you have a whole bunch of phrases and chains and you can't remember what you're using, if I put 02 again by accident, I go in here, I'll see that there's already stuff in there and be like, oh, I wanna make 03. Okay, that one's empty. So we'll make a new phrase by tapping or double tapping A. Hold select, go right. I'm just going to go and put a note. So all you do, the first thing you do in any channel, just put a note. So by default, this is what your wave instrument sounds like. Just sounds like a fart. This one does have notes, so this is where, like, you can get this an octave lower. The wave channel can go an octave lower than the pulse channel. I don't know why. There's probably some technical reason. I don't know what it is. But that's okay. So you can also make really cool bass instruments in the wave channel. So for example, let's say I just wanted to make, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go into here, what you could do, like, the wave channel is a little bit tricky, I'll be honest. It's tricky, that's why I was afraid of it. There's a lot of things you can change. If you go up, so select an up, you can change, like, the shape of it. That's not gonna change much right now. But you can mess around with all this stuff. I'm just gonna put it back to default right now. We're not gonna worry about the synth right now. It's something you can play with if you want, and if you're familiar with synthesizers, you know about cutoffs. Q is, what the heck does Q stand for again? I just blanked. I can't remember what the Q stands for. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? V shift will change, like, you can see the oscilloscope on the right, and it'll shift the whole thing up until there. Shifts up the beginning and the end of it. I think something like that. Or phase. Resonance, yes, thank you. Very good, Bluesy. 10 points for Gryffindor. Yeah, Q is resonance. I'm like, I know it's not something cute. I think of it like quality of the notes sometimes. Just know that Q depends on cutoff. So if you're messing around with Q, make sure your cutoff is not at FF because it won't do anything. I think it's Q because it looks like a filter knob. Oh, that could be. I'm not really familiar with synthesizers. Like, I have one, but I haven't used it very much. How come when I change my pulse 1, it changes the noise 2? Because, let me go back down. If you have, so this is O2. So here's the thing. All of these chains with all of these phrases are consistent through the whole song track. So if I have O1 in here, and this is my, if I have the O2 phrase, I can put that O2 phrase in my noise channel, and it's still the pulse instrument and everything. It's like taking that part and putting it here, but it doesn't really play properly. You know? I could put, the snare, right? So it's the same throughout the whole thing. So that's where it's, like, let's say I wanted to do a different, let's say I want to do a different bass part. Let's say I want to do a different bass part for this part. So I'm going to delete this. We'll make a brand new, I'm going to use 4 because we're not using 4 yet. We make a brand new chain. But let's say that I already made this, it's just F. I don't want to write all this again, F, 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 because it's annoying. This is phrase number 2. If I go to, like, load song and I, like, make a new song, then I can start over with a new phrase number 2. But as far as this song goes, phrase 2 is this, unless I change it, you know? So if I want to do that, this is where you can be careful, though, because this is where you can kind of mess things up, right? So if I go in here, and I'm like, hey, I want my O2. It's the same thing. So I can go O2, and then I want to have a new one. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to show you about cloning stuff. Cloning stuff. So let's say I want to have it go dun 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 dun, dun, right? So I'm like, okay, let's go turn this to a G. Like, yeah, that sounds great. But now if I go up here, it's changed here. So if I don't want to change, oh, okay, I don't want that. I want that. And I've done that. I think I did that when I was first starting out. I'd be like, oh, I don't want that there. So I put this back, right? And then I go back into here where I have to, and like, oh, what? It's all just F now. So what you can do here, to basically, you can do like a duplication of a phrase. So if I've got, this is all Fs and I want to make it G, F at the end, hold, select, tap B, and A. And now it says 9, but it sounds like 2. And if we go to 2, sounds the same. So I'm going to put another 9 in there, right? And what I'm doing right now, I'm not planning on changing this. I want it to be all Fs, but a little like organization rule of thumb for my brain is if I have O2 in here, I don't really want to be messing around putting it in here again because then I might change it and forget, right? So, or maybe I want to change the instrument a little bit, right? Make a new instrument. We can do that. We can clone the instrument too. So instead of O1, hold select. Actually, wait, before we do that. Well, yeah, hold select and go right. And we'll call it bass. Bass. This is our bass. More technical term for resonance. Physics and engineering, the quality factor or Q factor is dimensionless parameter that describes how underdamped an oscillator or resonator is. Thanks for the info, Defense Mech. I'm gonna go with it looks like a filter knob. Defense Mech knows everything, you guys. He knows everything. I'm just teasing. Thanks for the info. I'm not familiar with synthesizers and how they work. I think I learned what an oscillator is like last year. And I'm still kind of fuzzy on it, so. But what we'll do here, so I just want to show you. So we took our phrase 2, which is just Fs with instrument O1, which is our bass. And notice how we were in phrase 9 when I named it bass, but it's the same instrument O1. It's the same one. So now if we go here, we duplicated it, but now it's called O9. So now I can go in and I can do my GF. Right? And the 2 is the same because we didn't change it, right? So what we'll do, I want this to be, let's see, I do want it to be like 2 again. So I'm actually gonna put this back as 2. I'm gonna duplicate it again by holding select and then tapping B, A, and then let go of select. So now we have A and 9. So A is 2, basically. Recap on how I duplicated it. Hold select, tap B, tap A. It basically does a save as. So it's like, oh, this is 9, or this, you know, we're gonna hold select, tap B, and then A, and then it will do a save as, right? So this was 2, hold select, B, A, and now it's called A. It's like a save as. Hey Freak, how you doing? That puppy. So then I still have the F, but what I want to do is I want to have a different bass instrument in here, maybe. Playing the same part, but a different instrument. So we're going to duplicate the instrument now. So we have our bass. Maybe I want the bass to sound different. So same thing, hold select, B, and then A. Let go of select. Now we have instrument 4. If we look at it, it still says bass. It looks exactly the same as this. But it says at the top, instrument 1, bass, instrument 4, bass. So now it's not good enough to name your instruments. You gotta name your duplicate instruments. I'm just gonna call this bass 2. So we know there's 2 different ones. Hey there, Etcha, how you doing? You ready to learn? So just to show you the difference, we'll change all of these to 4. Chippy tunes. Oh, that's cute. I like that. I like that emote. And the eyes. So right now it'll sound the same. So we've got 4 notes on bass 1 and then 4 notes on bass 2. So we're gonna change bass 2 while it's playing. So we press start and it's playing. Hold select, tap right to go into instrument 4. We open the door of instrument 4. And one of the easiest things that you can do to make your instrument sound different is just change here the wave or duty cycle. So hold A and tap right. See, now it sounds different than the other one. So that's instrument 1, 4, 1, 4. It's kind of subtle, but you can hear it. Another thing you do, you can make it louder, right? And shorter. See, so now instrument 4 is louder and shorter than 1. Or bass 2 is what we called instrument 4. So we had 88. I'm gonna put it back to 88 though. I'm gonna change this. Actually, we're gonna put this 98. And I'm just gonna go ahead and change all of these, whoops, to 4, so it'll be bass 2. And you can see if you hold A, on the right it says bass 2, right? And here I hold A, bass. So, oh, this is, oops. Sometimes if you tap it, it'll, because if you double tap, it'll, or not, it'll make you a new instrument. So if you're ever like, oh no, if there's no instrument listed, it's not named, it's a brand new blank instrument. So just put it back by holding A and then D-pad. And play it. Cool. And now if we go to 9, we're still on this bass. So I want to change these, all of these to 04. But I don't want to change them all one at a time. So I'm gonna hold, I'm gonna go in the instrument column here, hold select, tap B 2 times. So we're holding select, BB, it's selected, let go of select. I'm not pressing any buttons right now. And then we change it as if, just as if you're changing one instrument, you know, same way. So hold A, we can do all of these at once. We go right, right, and you see that was the snare instrument. 3 was one I probably made by accident. And 4 bass 2. Now if you can keep selecting stuff. If you know, so to deselect it, press B. There you go. Which also copies it. So if you paste it, you would, I mean, it's the same, so you can't really see. But now, so now we have a new bass line over here. So we're gonna copy, yeah, what the hey, I'll teach you guys copy paste, right? So hold select, tap B. And let go of everything. Let go of all your buttons. That basically puts you in select mode, right? So if you're highlighting stuff by going up and down. So now I want to copy paste my A and 9. I want it to say A9, A9. Because this was the da 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 da, and then this one is da 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 na na na. I want it to play through that whole thing 2 times. So we're still in select mode. You can see we're selecting stuff. Tap B. Boom. And it's at the top it says copy, right? So now we can go down here. To paste, you hold select and you tap A. Boop. You can tap it even, you can keep holding A, you can keep holding select, tap A, tap A. You can fill this whole thing if you want. You know? You can fill this whole thing. But I don't want to do that. So here's how you can cut. It's actually the same as paste. So again, hold select, tap B, and let go. And now you're in select mode. You can tell you're in select mode because if you go up and down, you're selecting stuff. And if you're like, oh crap, I'm in select mode, what do I do? Just tap B and it's fine. The only thing is you're copied. So if you paste, that's what you'll paste. So that's the only thing. But usually if I'm copy pasting in Lsdj, I'm going to paste like right away. So we hold select, tap B. Go in select mode. I'm going to get rid of this... I only want the first 4. So now I selected what I want to get rid of. Hold select, tap A. Boop, it's gone. And then you let go. Now we just have our 4 bars. But I cut it and I can paste it now. So if we make a new chain, go into the new chain with select and tap right. If I hold select and I tap A, I'm going to paste that same thing that I just cut. You know? And in this case, I want to do that again. So again, you can hold select and tap B to go into select mode to select whatever you want. B to cancel. If you just want to do the whole thing, select, tap B 2 times. BB. And you don't even have to let go of select, you can tap A and it's gone. Again, if that's like, I know there's a lot of shortcuts and stuff and it's really useful, but I also understand that that's not something that you necessarily want to start out with. It's, you know, you want to maybe get used to things first. If you have stuff in here, you accidentally paste, you're like, uh-oh, what do I do? Hold B, tap A. Hold B, tap A. And you can get rid of them one by one like that. It takes longer, but, you know, you learn to walk before you can run, right? So, there you go. But if you're comfy with the controls already enough and you want to copy, paste, make it a little faster, you can. So now we have Again, the zeros, I filled them with silence. You don't need to. You can do whatever you want. You can start making a song with a melody on 0 if you want. But for me, my brain likes it to be silent, so that's what I do. I just don't put anything in 0. I start out my song with 0, and it's empty, and I leave it alone. And that's my space holder. So later, if I want to do something that has no bass in it, and you can copy paste on here too. So hold select, tap B. See, it says select / deep clone. I'm going to select this, tap B to deselect and copy. And go down and hold select and A to paste. Ta-da! So maybe I want one of these, I want to mix things around a little bit. Maybe I'm like, okay, well, we're going to have like a melody going and I don't want there to be any bass. I'm just going to put 0 here. You know, you can move it around. 0, you can, you know, if you have nothing in here, if it's just space, you can put it in any channel you want. It doesn't matter because there's no instruments that are going to be affected by it, right? I'm getting rid of these. Hold, select, tab B. Pick what I want. Select A to get rid of them. Hey there, Baby Yoda. It's been a minute. How are you? What were we doing in here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was showing you that you can make cool wave basses. You can do that. What I like to do... Actually, I was going to show you something. Okay. I will show you guys. Let's see. So to highlight the whole screen is select B, B, B. And select A to get rid of it. I'm just thinking here. I want to put a kick drum on 1 and 3. And it's pretty easy to make a nice kick drum on the like on any channel, really. You can make one on noise channel. I think that's the hardest one because it doesn't have a lot of oomph to it. It just sounds like kind of. It's really cool and it has certain uses, but overall I think usually pulse or wave is the best for a kick drum. In this case, we've got, because we're in the wave channel, we have 2 options. So if we go into instrument 3, in the pulse channel, we only really want to use pulse instruments. In the noise channel, we only really want to use noise instruments. But in the wave channel, we've got wave, but we also have kit. So if you heard my song about Star Fox and you heard the do a barrel roll, that was in the wave channel. That was a custom sample that I loaded in there, and that's some more, you know, advanced stuff that you can do. But to start with, there are kits, which are samples from what I understand are popular synthesizers. I don't know anything about synthesizers, guys. But here you have 2 kits that you can pull from. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna name it first of all. I'm just gonna call it actually I'll just call it kick. I usually just call it kick like this. The I isn't that far away anymore, but I still use the 1. Because we have a wraparound letters now. We didn't before, so it'd be like K, all over here, I, and then all the way back, you know, and then okay. So that's why it's an old habit of mine. But we've got the TR-606. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I know I sure am not. I only know it from Lsdj. All this stuff, just leave it alone. Don't even worry about any of this. Don't worry about any of it at all. I'm gonna go out of this by select and left. And like the BDC, it turned that C1 or E3 or whatever it was, it turned that note into a bass drum. And it plays 2 at once. So what you can do, you can have 2 different kits loaded into the instruments. So if you really like the TR-808, you can have that one. So like, I know this is kind of tricky, so bear with me. Let's say if you've got here... well, excuse me. So this is the left one and this is the right one. We got 606 and 808. All you need to know, those are different synthesizers with different sounds. So if I go into here, that's the 606. BD is for bass drum. If you hold A and you go left and right, we got a snare, got a closed hi-hat, open hi-hat, high tom, low tom, cymbal. You know? All kinds of stuff. You can put one in here. And then that's the TR-808, because that's the second one. And then this one also has a snare and cymbal, or sorry, hi-hat, open hat, high tom, medium. This one has a medium tom. I don't think the other one did. Low tom, cymbal. Congas, I guess. High and low congas. I don't know what mal is. Rim. Clave. If you're making a bossa nova. So these sounds are in here. They're if you just downloaded Lsdj from the internet, you have these sounds in here if you're on 9.2L. If you have my custom one that I made, which you don't because I didn't put it out there, one that I have, I've got Star Fox in it. I've got Star Fox sounds. So instead of clave or bass drum, it's like, you know, Wolf being like, what the heck? Like you can replace them is what I'm saying with whatever you want. And that's really cool. So that's not something necessarily that, you know, I'm saying go out and do it right now, but just know that that's a thing that you can do. And so I knew for 2 years that that was the thing I could do, and then I never did it until after 2 years, and I'm like, man, this is like the coolest thing. And then boom, Eelcore. Eelcore was born. Anyway, but yeah, so just like, you know, the bass drums will sound kind of different. Right? This is the, what was it? 606 and 808. So this is the 606. This is the 808. I think the 606 is fine. To make it a little bit louder, what we'll do, I'm just going to make both of these the 606. Again, you hold A, you can go left and right. There's all different. I don't know if you guys recognize any of these. I don't know any of them at all. So I'm just going to put them both on 606, which means both sides will be exactly the same. And it's just louder than if we only had one. See, it's louder, right? You made a thing! Hey, good job making a thing. Good job making a thing. I'll show you guys how to save things, too. I'll show you how to record your songs. Don't let me forget. There you go. So if we wanted to, we could make a snare drum in here. We could do that. In here, I tend to do a select, tap B, select A to delete, just because you have all three. That's the thing, is you have 2 note things. You can ignore one column. You can just do the other one if you know, or whatever. I'm put my bass drum here. But that's okay. But again, I'm going to put this 4 times. So we have our bass drum. And honestly, that might be the easiest way to do a lot of percussion right now. Or if you want to try, you can mess around. Hi-hats. You can do whatever you want, you know? And then you put it all together here. And if I'm thinking, oh, you know what? Actually, we have a hi-hat in there now. Now the snare drum sounds a little bit too high-pitched. Like, oh, what does that sound like? What you can do if you want to mute or solo, like let's say you want to hear this without the wave channel. You're playing it. You hold B and you tap select to mute it. And then tap B to bring it back. Also, let's say right now, I'm just working on these 4 like I am, right? I don't want it to loop back to the beginning. I just want to play this over and over, but it's only 4 bars, right? You can copy the whole thing. So select and B, copy the whole thing, press B. You can just go down here, select an A. And if this is an island, so there's like all these just hyphens, just nothingness here, it'll just loop. 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. And instead of going to the top, it'll just do this little island, you know? Or if you want to have like copy, whoops, paste. If you go here, when it's done, it'll go back here. See? So if you just want to like try a little part, you can. And then select A to delete. So right now, let's do that, because we're just working on this. So let's say we want to solo the bass. Solo is hold B and then press start. Oops. And then to unsolo, hold B and then tap start again. It's tricky because when you solo, you hold B, hold start. If you let go of start, like if I'm holding both, I'm holding B and start right now. If you let go of start, and then you can let go of B. If you're holding B, you hold start. If you let go of B, and then you let go of start, then it stays muted and you can let go of your buttons. And then to get it back, you can either go and press B on all the others, you know? Or if you have one soloed, you can hold B, tap start. So sometimes it matters which button, like if you're still holding something or not. Are we still kind of together? Are we still kind of together? I'm talking about more like tricky things. But if you really want, if you just want to solo something, I mean, really, and that's where the zeros are really handy. So if you're having trouble remembering all these shortcuts and stuff, just put zeros. Just put these as zeros. We have nothing in there, so it's blank. Put your 4, and then you can hear the bass by itself. Yo, Batflu, thank you for the raid. Hey, Popo, how you guys doing? We're making music. More specifically, we're learning how to make music. How was Mario? You're doing Mario, right? You're doing Mario. You're doing Pokemon. Someone else was doing Mario. You were both playing Pokemon today. That's why I was MIA. I'm like, nope, no Pokemon. No Pokemon for me. Mine's still in the mail. I hope. I haven't actually had word that it's in the mail. I hope that it is. I hope it's in the mail. I'm hoping to play mine next week. So without spoiling a darn thing, because a good chunk of my my audience right now is in they're seeking refuge from spoilers. So this is a no spoiler zone. So without spoiling anything, how is it? Oh my god, is it amazing? I'm gonna love it, right? You got my copy. Please send it back. Send it. I was wondering why you weren't playing it. I pre-ordered physical, like a schmuck. I wanted the map. I wanted the Arceus plushie, but for some reason the Pokemon Center won't send it to Canada. And the Canadian expansion of the Pokemon Center doesn't know what I'm talking about. Which is like, I can't believe it. I go to the website, I searched for Arceus, and there was nothing. On PokemonCenter.com/en-ca. I'm like, Pokemon Legends Arceus. They're like, never heard of it. Totally not spoilers. Eevee and Pikachu have their original cries. That is a spoiler, but I've heard it already, but I kind of wish I hadn't, because I would have been like, oh, Pikachu sounds like again, you know? Kind of missed that. But don't forget, that's before they ever got their original cries in the first place. This is like ancient times, you know? I hope you had an awesome time. I hope you both had an awesome time. You know, I hope it was really good. I'm really looking forward to playing it. This morning I was doing more of my water type challenge in Shining Pearl. Before their cries. Yeah, they didn't change that till... Which one was that? Was that Black and White? Pika! And then Eevee got one later. Spoilers, it's a cool game so far. Darn it, I didn't want to know that. Baflu, Dagnabbit, I didn't want to know that it was cool. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. We're working on Lsdj. Spoiler, there are Pokemon. I know there are hats in the game. Ban Baflu. I think it's a slash ban, not an exclamation mark, but you know. I can hook that up if you want. I'm just kidding. So I'm just showing chat today that this is the teaching day. This is how to Lsdj. This isn't like, let's watch Kimmy zone out and mash a bunch of buttons and numbers go flying around everywhere and then suddenly music, you know? That's what usually happens on Fridays, right? This is like, do you want to know how? How the music? How does the music, you know? Here, this is kind of... I know the starters in Arceus. Who did you guys start with? I'm going Cyndaquil. But they're all so darn cool. Oshawott and what's his face? Rowlet. They're so cool. I feel like I have to go Cyndaquil. It's so nostalgic for me. But like Samurott I haven't used in a long time, and I mained Decidueye in Pokken, and they're just all really cool. Like they picked 3. I mean, the starters are always pretty cool, I think. But they're like really good. You pick Cyndaquil too. Bafflu, what about you? I feel a lot of people are using Cyndaquil, and I kind of feel bad for also picking Cyndaquil, because I ran a poll on Twitter. There was like 30 responses, and 60% of people were like Cyndaquil, and I felt kind of bad. I was like, oh, what about the others though? But also I would feel bad not picking Cyndaquil, especially if, and I do not want to know if there are special Hisuian forms. I want to see a special Heckin Typhlosion. That would be rad. Do not tell me. Don't you dare tell me. I will actually time you out if you... I might even ban, because you've been warned. You picked Rowlet? Oh, cool. Cool. I can't wait to play. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. I missed the question. Who did you start with in Arceus? What do you mean you don't start with Arceus? Because I'm gonna be starting Cyndaquil. Just like Popo. You two, we're all Team Cyndaquil. Alright. They're all cool, though. They're all cool. Maybe you can get them all later. Again, don't tell me. We're treading on thin ice here. I'm gonna change the subject. But thank you for the raid. I'm glad that you guys have been having fun. I can't wait to play Popo. It's gonna be so good. I'm gonna play it. Monday, I'm hoping to finish my water type challenge. We are right in front of the 8th gym, and then it's just Pokemon League. I know that I can sweep with Palkia if I need to, but I'm gonna try not to have to do that. Can trade, so I guess you can get them all. I really don't know anything about the game. Like, I've assumed you could trade. I don't know if you can, like, breed Pokemon or what. I don't want to know. I'm assuming you can. Maybe you can't. I don't know. But that would be cool. Anyways, let's see. So, I was just showing chat. Quick rundown, because we've had a couple raids now. This is Little Sound DJ. If anybody wants the program, it's here. The emulator I'm using is there. Thank you for the lurk, Popo. Hey, congrats on your Monkey Ball time. Congrats on Monkey Ball sub 1 hour. I saw that and I was like, oh. I saw it in your stream title, and then I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I keep forgetting to, like, you know. But congratulations, that's awesome. I'm on a speedrun journey, too. I'm trying to get Pokemon Shining Pearl to under 8 hours. That's my first goal. But eventually under 4 would be great. And then, who knows, maybe leaderboards. That would be really neat. But yeah, good job. Proud of you. Anyway, you may go now. You may be excused from the classroom. I just wanted to say that because I keep forgetting. PBs are always good, though. What category on Pearl? Just any percent glitchless. Any percent glitchless. I did a practice run. That's all I've finished so far. I did a practice run, and it took me just under 9.5 hours. In game or real time. But I wanna work on it on my own and really learn the route, because I did get lost a couple times. Because it had already been a couple weeks since I played through the story, so I already forgot how, like, where I'm supposed to go. And then, of course, I was mashing through dialogue, and then I was like, wait, what? And then it's like, go through Mount Coronet. And the guide is like, go through Mount Coronet. And I'm like, is this the right door? Do I go up here? Do I go left here? And I got lost a couple times, so... Yeah, I had notes. The guide is really good, but it's like, it doesn't say, like, en route this, fight this person, or, like, in this town. It's just like, fight Youngster Damien, and I'm like, where the heck is Youngster Damien? So I was using that, and then the flag on the little map, where, you know, in the game, they added that, where it tells you, oh, you're supposed to go to Sand Gem, and I'm like, oh, Aroma Lady Taylor is on the way to Sand Gem. So, like, by combining resources, I figured it out. I'm not on their Discord. I probably should be. I messaged the guy who made the guide because I found a typo somewhere. So that was cool. I found that and I gave him feedback and whatever and was like, good job. Good job, you. Thanks for the guide. I did it. The next goal will be memorizing the route, though. And if I can get it under 8 hours, then I'll stream it again, because then I can do it in under 2 streams. And then once I can get it within 1 stream of like maybe 5 hours or something, or maybe 6, then I can actually go for times on stream, because I'm not sure what the rules are for segmented runs. I mean, everything is live streamed and like, I don't know, so it feels fine, but I don't want to do anything that's, you know, illegal for speedrunning. But I'm really excited about the run. And even I was doing my single type challenge for my subathon the other day, and I was working through it today, and I was remembering things. I was like, there's a hidden rare candy here, and I don't have to fight this guy, and this one's a spinner, and this guy has cadabras, and I was remembering stuff. So that was cool. Anyways, feel free to DM me if you want to talk like speedrun stuff. I don't want to go too far off track with this, because this is like a specific teaching thing. But yeah. No. Has to be a single segment. Okay, I know some games like maybe it's not quite long enough, because I know it is doable in like under 3.5 hours, right? So I think 3 to 4 hours is easily one sitting. So that's where I need to get it down to that, and then yeah. And I think if you take a break, you have to keep the timer going, but you can take breaks, but it just hurts your time. So anyways, yeah, but we'll talk about it. Average is about 4 hours at the moment. All right. That's a good thing to shoot for. I can do that in one sitting. And then I can go for times. But the other thing too is like if it takes me like 6 to 8 hours, there's not really much point, because the top like 20 or whatever was like, I don't know. The worst time I saw was like 6 hours or 6.5. And then a bunch more people started submitting times than that. So. Anyways, have a good lurk. I don't want to keep you. And thanks for lurking. And I'm glad you had fun with Pokemon. When lurk and sleep forever. Have a good lurk and sleep. So, to recap. Our pulse one, nothing. Wave, noise, these are empty. They're just empty bars of rest. And then we've got our bass line going in chain number 1 here. And then here we'll add the snare when it gets there. And then we change the bass. And then we had the percussion here. So I think that's cool. I think what we'll do, because this would be like 8 bars, and I want another 8 bars. I'm gonna copy and paste. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just delete this. There. I'm going to put this back on 1 for a sec. Yeah. And then so we're gonna have this bass still. So I don't want 2 things changing at once right now. So first we have the bass. And then we have the bass and the snare. And then here we have the bass and the snare and the percussion in the wave channel. We have the kit. And then in this one, we're gonna change the bass. And then we're going to copy paste it again. So select and then you pick what you want. B and then select and then A. I don't think you ever really press select without holding it in this program, just to be clear. So if I'm saying select, I'm holding select. I don't think you ever really just tap it. So we copy paste it again. I'm going to remove this. So hold B, press A. To remove that empty space, and we're gonna make a new, oh, we don't actually have to remove it, we can just change it. We're gonna add a lead part. Ladies and gentlemen. Hold select, press right. So there's nothing in here right now. So what I'm gonna do with my melody is a little bit different, because we're not, if we go to the bass, it's all just kind of the same 2 bars over and over, right? Select and left to go back out. Select and right to open the door to go into this chain. Boop. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to make 4 phrases. So double tap A, double tap. And you can see how it was B and it changed to C. It's because it just wants to keep doing the same one. Right? All right. So these are all empty. B is empty. If we scroll through B, C is empty, D is empty, and E is empty. But what I like to do is, because with my lead melodies and stuff, I like to go 4 bars at a time. I don't really like to go in and make 1 bar, then back out, make another phrase, and then go in and make that bar. You know, I don't like to do that. I like to make it kind of flow, so I go 4 at a time. It's up to you what you like to do, but I just like to have enough space. You can do a whole bunch if you want and then just delete any extras. We're going to go in here. And I'm going to start with my lead. I'm going to make a new instrument. But so the first thing we do is we make our note. I mean, you can make an instrument first actually if you want. But there's no way to hear like what it sounds like. I don't think I'm actually using this for anything. So I'm going to put it a higher octave because it's a lead. And I'm going to go into this. Boop. And I'm just going to call this one lead. And start. I'm going to make it a little bit quieter and a little bit longer. Like that. So holding A, right? And then up and down controls the left value. Left and right controls the second one. Let go of A. Go down to the waveform. I'm going to change it. So right now this is on the furthest left one is 12.5% because you can fill it up basically, right? The highest you can go is 75%. So 12.5, 25, 50, 75%. You can kind of hear the difference. So this is 12.5, 25, 50. And then honestly, 75 sounds basically the same as 25, so you don't really even need to use it. That was 75. That's 25. It really doesn't sound different enough to me. Like, I don't know if it... I don't know. I don't know why it sounds so similar. But anyway, I'm gonna not bother. I'm just gonna put it on here. So let's do... Do. 1, 2, and... Oh, I actually want this lower, so... Nope, that's too low. So I want this one higher. 75 to 25 inverted is exactly the same for all practical purposes. Basically never use it. Oh, okay, fair. So they're the same. So why would you use it then? Like, why do they both exist? Because there has to be a use for it. Percentages duty cycles? They are. They're duty cycles. Or waveform modulation? Is that what this is short for, where it says wave? Yeah, those are duty cycles. So if you already understand duty cycles, then you know more about this than I do. I just picked this one because it sounds like a bubble. This is one I pick when I want to sound nice, or like a bell. You can add vibrato to it, make it sound like a nice little bell. I don't like that. Higher. Honestly, no idea what was to implement it. Is there any way to like... Yeah, I don't know. It's just inverted. I don't know. But there you have it. Wow. Do. And now what I can do, because like I said, this is where if I only did one phrase, I could back out and then go make another one and then go into it and continue. But because these kind of continue into each other, right? Because if you play here, it'll continue. It'll keep going to the next one. If you're in here and you press down, see at the top it says phrase 0B. Now it's phrase 0C. And then you go down, phrase 0D. It's like you're going through pages, right? So we've got 0B, and I'm just going to go down and I just keep working on it. Dun, dun, dun. That sounds like a half step. Dun, 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 dun. That might not be. Dun, 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 dun. And this is really cool. You can just have it looping. By default, this is actually really cool. So if you're in one of the phrases and you press start, like there's different ways to have it play, right? Here. If you're out in the song screen and you press play, it'll play through whichever row you're on, and then it will go to the next one, and then the next one, and then it goes to the top, right? Until it hits the hyphens, that's when it goes back to the start, right? So if you go in one of these, in one of the chains, and then you press start, it will do the same thing, basically. It'll go through the 4. Yeah, and then it starts over. If you do that and you're in here, you can see the arrow, and it keeps going. See, it kept going without me. If I'm in the phrase and I press start, it will loop the phrase that I'm looking at. And there's no arrow here to show me. It's just in here. But you can stop it, like... See, now it's on here. But that's a really cool thing. So if you're working on this, you don't have to, like... If you're like, how does this sound? You're like, okay, what if I do, like, this? You can just leave it playing. And then if you go to the next one, then it will continue, and then it will loop this one. But if you start it playing from the chain screen, it will just loop. It'll just loop. You know? There we go. It follows you. Yeah, so that is cool. It'll play what you're looking at. So now if we put that together, how does this all sound? I like that. I like that. So now I want to copy this. So select and B, and then you pick what you want. B to copy. Go down here, select, and then A. You could, you know, again, you can copy paste as much as you want. You can go copy, paste, 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 paste. What I want to do here, now I'm going to show you what the cloning is. What the cloning is, okay? So let's say right now, I want to have it go a little bit differently. So I want it to play through like this. I want it to end like... Right, I want that to be the last bar, but then I want it to play through these 4 bars again, but I want this one to be different. That's, you see that a lot in songwriting, you know, there'll be like a phrase and the note at the end goes up, and then the phrase is repeated, and then the note goes down or something like that, right? So what we're gonna do, because we want 5 again, but we want to be able to change these phrases. We want to be able to change these phrases without changing the phrases in this chain. So just know that as long as these are the same, like they have the same name, which is 05, you change one, you change the other. If this is OB, and then you have OB in here, you change one, you change them all. You change them all, right? If it is the same name, it's going to sound the same. No matter where it is, you could put it over here. It won't sound the same because it's in the noise channel, but it's the same. Hey. And you can see it converted the notes into noise jargon. That's what I'm going to call that. But only when it appears in here, right? It says 23, 21, whatever. But don't worry, because in here, it's still notes. But that's what happens if you put like a pulse instrument in the noise channel. It's going to try to do its best to make it... It translates it, right? Into a noise instrument. It's like the pulse channel is telling the noise channel what to do, and the noise channel's like, I can't quite make it sound like that, but I'll do my best, you know? It's like if you wanna... It's like if you want to have hot dogs, right? You've got hot dogs in the pulse channel, and, you know, and you're you know, your friend's having hot dogs and they're in the Pulse channel and you're in the Noise channel and you also want to have hot dogs, but you don't have any hot dog buns, you just have bread. So it's not quite the same thing, but it kind of, you know, it tries, but it's not the same. You're having hot dogs with bread instead of hot dog buns. So this is a cool thing. This is a cool thing I'm going to show you. So I'm going to put another 5 in here. We go select up to the project screen. This is what clone, deep, and slim means. So if you're on clone slim, so hold A and press right. If you're on clone slim, select down to get back to the song screen. If you're, so these are all the same. These are all the same. They have the same chains in them, the same notes. It's exactly the same. If you hold select, and if you see along the top, it says slim clone. So I select and I pressed B. I'm still holding select. I press A. Cloned chain. Look at that. This chain has been slim cloned. Slim cloned. Cycloned. We should call it cycloning. No one's gonna know what that means. So it says 7, right? It says 7. So like, oh, this is different. I can go in here and I can change this. I can change this to like, yeah, I'll make it really high. Perfect. Okay, great. And this is different. Great, great. Now I'm gonna go here. Whoa, what the hey? Wait. Why is it high up here now? Oh, because this is OB. So I don't want this. No, I'm putting this. Yeah, that's what I had. My OB. One Kenobi. is on E4 here. Yeah, okay. So we fixed chain 5. Chain 5 is good. All right, cool. Now let's go back and work on chain 7 again. Hey, wait a second. This one's low. What? What the heck? But I'm working on 7 and this was 5. They're different. How? But the thing is, when you do a slim clone, all it does is it takes all of the phrases that you have. It's kind of like if I copied all of these and I go make a new chain, right? New chain 8, and I paste them. That's basically what it does. So now we have 8 and we have 7 and we have 5, and they're all the same. They're all the same. But the chain is a different name. So if I want them backwards, say, instead of B, C, D, E, what if I want, oh, I'm gonna be crazy. I'm gonna put C, B, E, D. I'm gonna mess around the order. Ah ha ha, that's so cool. Yeah, it's still, because these are the same. So if the phrase, unmute is B, just tap B on it. The phrase, it's the name of the phrase. This is phrase D. This is going to be the same no matter what you do, because this is the smallest piece. This is the smallest piece. So another what's it called? Another metaphor for you guys, because I love metaphors. This is my lunch bag and this is my brother's lunch bag, okay? My mom gives me lunch bag 8 and it's got B, C, D, E. We've got a burger, cheese, Diet Coke, and celery. I couldn't think of it. Whatever, you know? Some food, right? And then this is my brother's lunch bag. And it's mine's a Spider-Man lunch bag and his is Batman, right? So mine's 8 and his is 7. Mine's Spider-Man and it's got, you know, B, C, D, E in it. And it's got burger, cheese, Diet Coke, and celery. And this is my brother's Batman lunch bag, and it's got cheese, bacon, celery, and Diet Coke. It's got all the same things, just they're in a different order, or they're arranged differently because his lunch bag is a little bit different than mine. But it's the same stuff. This is not the example I thought it was, because if you change, like if I put peanut butter in my celery in my lunch bag, my brother's doesn't magically have peanut butter on it, but bear with me, okay? Bear with me here. Hey Nathaniel, how's it going? Pretend I waited until I saw that. Hey Nathaniel, how's it going? Welcome in. We're learning about lunch. We're learning about lunch. So yeah, so this is, you know, here's my burger, cheese, Diet Coke, celery, or whatever, right? Right? And then if we go in my brother's lunch bag and he's got all the same food in a different order. You know, so it's the same things, just different order. But if I change something in his cheese or whatever, then my cheese is going to be different too. I'm trying to explain all these random letters and numbers in a way that makes sense. So, lunch metaphor, why not? Oh boy. But what I might do here, so this is the cool thing though. When you change your lunch, oh, we don't want this one. Oh, I didn't have it pasted. Okay, B, C, D, E. Okay, okay. I fixed my brother's lunch so his food is in the right order. But what I'll often do, so where this is useful though, so I've got the first part, right? You know. Maybe I want to change this last bit. So this burger, this lunch has a brownie for dessert, right? Oh, yum. So I do a slim clone. So I've got the exact same lunch with the brownie, and I go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Instead of the brownie, I want to have applesauce. I don't know. I can change this as well, right? So I can either delete it and like make a brand new thing, and then here it's empty and we can put whatever we want, you know, or if we have the E, right? I can also clone this by holding select, tap B, tap A, clone phrase. So this is the same as E, right? It's still the brownie or whatever it was. But if we want to turn this into applesauce, we can smush this, but we can smush this brownie and, you know, into some ice cream or something without changing the other brownie. So my brother's not gonna be mad because we left his brownie alone in his lunch bag. So here I might go up instead of down. Bum 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 ba-na-na. Oh yeah, I like that. Let's do that. We want to end on an E. That's not important, but I want to end on an E. Oops. No, this was good. Because it sounds more final. That's a tiny music theory tip for anyone. If you're not sure what key you're working in, you don't know what notes you're using, it doesn't matter, whatever. Whatever note you start... Oh, this is F. I'm like, I started on E. We're going to end on E. Okay, you started on F. We'll end on F. Like, it works usually to do that. Not always. There, it sounds more done. So. Saw your stream, wanted to pop in for a sec. I got a game to play. Okay, alright. But before you go, what game are you playing? It's important. It's important. I want to know. I'm going to take a sip of water while you answer that. Big glug of water. Oof, excuse me. I already know a game. Who are you starting with? I'm gonna start with Cyndaquil. I should say every answer leads to more questions. Oh man, have fun, dude. That sounds amazing. Have fun. You pick Cyndaquil. Everyone, see? 60%. It's got so far. It's like 90% of people. One person's like, I'm getting Rowlet. Everybody else is like Cyndaquil. For me, it's the nostalgia, though. All right, well, have fun. Have fun. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. I think the next Pokemon that we catch in our Water-type challenge is probably going to be named after you. Either Nathaniel or maybe we'll call them Demon. Or Niel, because that sounds kind of... Hey, Neil, but N-Y-E-L. That would be kind of neat. We'll be creative with it. That might happen on Monday. The Gen 2 baby. Wife is going to pick Oshawott. Honestly, they're all so good. Oshawott is so cool. Rowlet is so cool. They picked, like... I don't know. They're all really cool. I just want all of them. I want all three of them. They're all so cool. I would feel bad not picking Cyndaquil. You know? If Charmander was in there, or if they had, like, Squirtle, I'd be picking Squirtle. It's like, I gotta go as far back as I can. I gotta, so you know. Anyways, have a blast. I've heard the game is super great. From people who have come in and are not allowed to spoil it, they have said, oh my god, the game's amazing, you're gonna love it. So, you know, enjoy. Enjoy, have a super fantastic weekend, and know that I'll be jealous of you until my copy comes in sometime next week. Getting back to lunch, though. Getting back to lunch. We've got this phrase that ends with the brownie. So this was the B, C, D, E, and then E sounds like this. Right? And then here is our alternate lunch, which is B, C, D, 11, which sounds like this. So now we play them one after the other. I'm gonna copy paste these so that it's the same, you know? But here you'll see the 4th bar and the 8th bar are gonna be different. Don't be jealous, you still get to play it at least. Yeah, I get to look forward to it all weekend, so, you know. Have fun, though. Have a super weekend. It's gonna be awesome. Here, how do you change the volume of a specific section? Ooh, you're getting fancy. You're getting fancy. What you can do, whoops. Okay, you know how there's the E command here, the envelope, rather? You know, there's the envelope in here? You can put it in here if you want. This is what this command is for. I was going to get into this later. But let's say we want this C to be, like, really quiet. You can put an E command in here. I'll let you know the numbers that you put here don't exactly work with these. The first one will be the same, but the length is going to be kind of different. So, like, the 7-9 sounds like that. Which is probably like a 7-3. So that's the only thing that's a little bit different here because you've got the 3 sections of envelope to work with. But if you wanted this one to be really quiet and like longer, or if you want it to be like louder and shorter. So that's how you can do it. So what I would say is if you look in your envelope, whatever you have here. So I've got 79, so I'm going to put the 7 here. If you want to be the same volume, you can do 7 and then play around with how long it is. If you want it to be louder or softer, just, you know, you want the snare quieter. So you want the whole instrument quieter, right? So that's how you change one specific instance of that thing. If you want the whole snare quieter, you go into your snare instrument, so select and right until you get in there. And you just boop, boop, boop. So you hold A and you go up and down. So envelope is like the shape of your instrument. So it's how loud or soft, how long or short it is, right? So if we're playing through here, you can make it really quiet. Make it louder. Make it longer. Make it shorter. So play around with that until you get something that you like. If you want to change the pitch, you can go like left and right, up and down in here on the note. The notes are kind of funny in the noise channel, so just kind of play around with them and see how it goes. But that's how you do that. Let's see how this sounds. Oh, I remember I was going to show you another thing. So before I play this, no, I will play this back. So right now, we can solo this channel so I can show you what it sounds like, the 5 and then the 7. So I'm going to hold B, hold start, let go of B, let go of start. And now this is soloed. And you can see on the right the different channels. So one is, you know, soloed. So if we listen to them, so 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? This one's... And then this one ended with... But it's the same other than that. So that's with the slim clone. Unmute is hold B, tap start. Let go of B. So you can mess things up because again, you might be like, oh, I like how it goes da-na-da-na-na, but you're like, maybe I want to change this one too. And that's where you can get in trouble. So if you're absolutely certain there's only one little tiny thing you want to change, then yeah, the slim clone is good. If you use the slim clone, my best advice is as soon as you are done with it, you hold select, go up, and you put it back to deep so you don't accidentally mess something up. Otherwise, you can leave it on deep the whole time. This is what I really recommend if you're starting out and you're not quite used to things yet, or you're not, you know, just so you don't overwrite something by accident. Put it on deep clone everything, and then you can always clean the song data later, and it will clean up anything that's duplicated. So if you duplicated something, so here, let's do... So we'll deep clone. So we're on deep. Clone deep. We're on the 5. So again, we've got B, C, D, E. If you hold select, tap B, tap A. And then you can go in here. Now it's called 9, but you go in here and you got 12, 13, 14, 15. But it's the same. But if I go in here and I change the octave or whatever, I can go into 5, and it's gonna be fine because B is still the same. I can go into 7, it'll sound the same. But if I'm in 9, where it's 12 instead, this is the only place I have 12. So that's something, that's how you can make sure it's safe. And then if I'm here, so I'm gonna leave it, I'm gonna put it back up. So now 12 is different from B, right? C is the same as 13. 14 is the same as D, and then E is the same as 15. Does that make sense? So like, we duplicated them. We basically did a save as for all 4 of these. So we can do whatever we want to these. Those ones have different names. They'll be fine. But if I go to clean song data, see deduping. It's freeing up anything that was duplicate. So now it freed up 2 chains and 9 phrases. So now if we go back in here, we go to 9, it says 12, C, D, E. So this could be a thing that could mess you up too, because if you're like, no, I've been deep cloning everything is individual. If you clean your song, then it will find everything that's the same. It'll name it the same for you. So my best advice is leave it on deep clone all the time. Don't change it to slim. Just don't do it. Put it on deep clone all the time. When you're finished your song, then clean your song data, clean your instrument data, you know? Because you could get in trouble, because now 5 is B, C, D, E. 9 is 12, because this one had the higher note. Right? So that one is different, so it's like, okay, that's the only one like that, we'll leave that one alone. But it's got C, D, E are the same. And then we've got 7, which is B, C, D, 11. So the thing is, if we change like B, C, D, or E, we're gonna mess up one of these. So that's where deep cloning is good, you know? I'm gonna delete this because this was an example one. I'm gonna keep this one here. So we've got B, C, D, E, and then B, C, D, 11. So it's like, you know, the note goes down and then the note goes up. So again, if we play them together with all the instruments, this is what these 8 bars sound like. And then starts over. The C, so you can do that. Normally what I do, when I'm not showing people how stuff works, like I'm just doing 4 bars at a time because it's small and manageable, and I think that's what I actually started with. But if normally what I will do, copy that, paste it there, paste it again, and then this one was 11. So normally I would have that all in one phrase so that I can see, oh, I've got B, C, D. So then if I wanted this part to be different, I'm like, oh, D is right there, I'm gonna change it here. Like if I'm planning on changing something, I'll usually put it all in one spot. But now we've got, you know, so this is pretty cool. So this song, you could call this like, I mean, this is like a done song. We have our melody. What you could do is make maybe another 8 bars, so it's like a secondary melody. And we could put the other bass back in, you know? I wanted to have, let's see, yeah, I had 4 bars of intro with things changing. So what I'm gonna do, let's copy this part up here and paste 2 times. So this is our original bass. So again, hold B, hold start, and let go of B. That's how you solo it. So that's what this one sounds like compared to this one. You know? Hold B, tap start, let go of B to unmute, or unsolo rather. So here's what we can do here. You could make a whole new melody if you want. Another thing I like to do, so we'll go to 5, I'm gonna double check that we're on deep clone. We are. Hold select. To duplicate this, we're gonna tap B, tap A. We can do anything we want to any of these, and it's not gonna affect anything in 5, because that's B, C, D, E. We've got numbers now. But what I want to do is I want to play it again, but I want to play it an octave higher, and I want to have a different instrument. I want a different sounding lead. You know, sometimes you'll have a lead that's played by a guitar, and then it's going to be on a violin later or something like that, right? And then the other thing I'm going to do, before I forget, I'm going to take 7 and put 7 in here, and I'm going to deep clone that too. All right? So now we've got 5, 7, and for all intents and purposes, 5 and 7. So it's the same thing over and over again. One thing that you can do that might help you out to stay organized is you can highlight a row. Just permanently just leave it just to mark it by triple tapping B. So B, B, B. And now it's got like this highlight. So I can be like, this is where my melody starts. And then I can go here and go B, B, B. If you want to get rid of it, B, B, B. You know? So this is where my melody starts again. So that helps me remember. You know, it's the same thing. So that's how I keep track of that stuff. If you see the raccoon stripes on my music, that's usually what I'm doing, is keeping track of where the melody is. Because also if I want to show you guys something later, I'm like, oh, you're going to love this song. And I'm not going to be like, oh, wait. There's a good part here somewhere. Oh, no, that's halfway through. You know, I know where it is. So what I'm going to do, I want to change the octave, first of all. I want to change the octave. We can go in here and we can pick every note. We can do that. That is a way to do it. It's a slow, annoying way to do it. You could also hold select, double tap B to select the whole column, hold A, and then tap up to get your, right? You can go up or down. You can do them all at once this way, and then B to deselect. But then we have to go into each one of these and do the same thing. And just put that back. So what we do here, this TSP is for transpose. Now feel free to do it the way I just showed, because there's some good reasons to do it within the phrase. But what you can do here, if you hold A and you just tap up once, OC, it works out, I guess, hexadecimal math-wise, that is 1 octave higher. So we put it back to 0. If we do OC, and if you'll notice, the note on the right, you know where it says 1, 2, WN, that's our 4 channels, right? Probably noticed that by now. But see, they're all, it's 4s, octave 4. If we go up, it shows 5. But the tricky thing with this, with doing it this way, is it transposes like on the chain level. Like it transposes it here. It takes this, it applies the transpose, and that's what you hear. Octave 5. If you go into the phrase to adjust it, it's still on 4. It's still on 4. So this is like if you have, let me think. This is like if you have, say you're shining a flashlight, right? This is your flashlight. This is a plain white flashlight, right? And then this is like if you take a red filter, like a piece of cellophane or something, and you hold it in front of the flashlight. The light that's coming through is still white, but it shows up as red. And that's fine. Whatever you're shining the light on, you have to shine a red light on it. It's still, the end result is red. It's going to sound the same. It's still going to look red. It's still going to sound like octave 5, right? But if you need to go in to the flashlight itself and mess around with the bulb or whatever, it's still going to be a white bulb. It's still going to be the lower octave. So you can do that. You can do that for all 4 here. And it's going to raise the whole thing. It's easy. But if you go back into here, you still have your white light bulb. Right? And you can select and delete this just like anything else. If you do it within the phrase, this is like changing the color of the light bulb. This is like, well, I'm just gonna take out the white light bulb and I'm gonna put in a red light bulb. Oh, this flashlight still has a white light bulb, so we got to go in and change that one too, right? And we can change this one too. Hold select, double tap B, hold A, up for the octave. White bulb. Go in here. There, now we change the light bulb color. So if we go back to 5, which was the same, right? We had deep cloned 5 to get 6. You go in here, it's still 4. It's still all the same, it's untouched. We can do whatever we want to 6, it's not going to change it because these phrases have different names. You know? So there's different ways of doing things, and there's different reasons why you might want to do it. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll just, like, even this part. So, like, you know how we just had that last note change? Right? We did that. We changed our brownie to applesauce or whatever. But let's say we wanted to play that whole thing exactly the same, but we just wanted it up an octave. We could do that, and then that would sound like this. Octave 5. So you can do that, right? You can do that and it's fine. I deep clone them because I want to change them within the phrase. Oh, that's another thing, right? Because it's because this has B, C, D, E, and this has B, C, D, 11. That I didn't really specifically say, but you can transpose these up, and then this is your white light bulb with the red filter. So, you know, in chain 7, in chain 5, that same white light bulb, we don't have the red filter. So that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Right? So that's where you can have 2 chains that are like exactly the same. Even if we pretend like BCDE, right? BCD11, doesn't matter. If it was BCDE, whatever. We can put transpose in this chain. We're not touching the phrases, we're not changing them at all, but we applied the red light filter basically to our light bulb here. So this is white light bulbs, and then this is white light bulbs. But this one doesn't have a filter on it. It doesn't have the red cellophane or whatever. So it's gonna be, you know, E4. It's E4. It's what you see is what you get, right? But then here you see E4, and you can play it in the phrase, because in the phrase it's still E4, it's still the white light bulb. But we've got the red filter on. So now it's gonna be the red light bulb, and it's gonna be an octave higher. Does that kind of make sense? This might be a part to watch over again later, if it's like, huh? But what we're doing here, this is what I often do. Here's a little songwriting trick. Woohoo, bonus. So I've got my 8 bars of melody, right? My 4 bars with the ending A, the applesauce or whatever, and then 4 bars with ending B, the pudding, right? So it's the same, you know, 4 bars, but with the endings a little different. Copy paste it, but we're deep cloning. So I'm gonna change everything. I'm gonna change the instrument. And this is where I like to change the octave within the phrase instead of just doing the cellophane trick, the cellophane on the flashlight, right? Because if I'm changing the instrument itself, I want to be able to test and see what the instrument sounds like, but I want to hear it at the right octave. So here, you can see this is our lead instrument. So one thing we can do, we can either double tap and make a brand new instrument. And that's just default. That's just default. That's just what it normally looks like, right? Or we could, if we wanted it to be, there. If we wanted it to be like this one, but let's say we just want to make it shorter, right? Or maybe we just want to change the duty cycle, right? Then, but we want it to be mostly the same. We don't want to start from scratch. You can duplicate the instrument. So hold select, tap B to select, tap A, clone to instrument. It's going to sound exactly the same because right now it's exactly the same. Lead, lead. It even has the same name. So first thing I'm going to do is go in there and we're going to name it lead 2. Now we know they're different. They're not actually different yet, but they will be different. So I can go in here. I can change this first one. So that's a really easy way. I'm gonna hold select, tap B to select them, hold A, and I'm gonna scroll all the way to A. That's like a really fast way to make an instrument that sounds different. So now we gotta go to our next one. Hold select, double tap A, or B, sorry, double tap B. Hold A, we're gonna go all the way to A. And a little shortcut, instead of backing out and going down, from here we can just hold B and tap down, and then it brings us to the next one. See, now we're in here. And then hold B and go down one. Hold select, double tap B. Hold A, we'll navigate over there. See, it's going through like the kick. What does that sound like? Oh, weird, okay. To A. And then deselect with B. Okay, so now this part, you know. Yeah. See, it already sounds different. So that's cool. And now we gotta go into A. We gotta do the same thing here, because this is the second part of that melody, right? Hold select, double tap B to highlight the column. And you can do that, and let's say you want to change all of these except for the last note, you can just go up and down to select what you want, and you can change these and not those. You can do whatever you want. We're gonna go to A. Hold B, tap down to go to the next phrase. So we're phrase 18. There. Phrase 19. Now we're at 1A, because hex. There. So these are all instrument A now. Right? So now if we play, we'll play it with the one instrument, with lead 1 and then lead 2. Oh. So that's where I didn't change the octave. So that's where you could do like this if you want, right? But I'm gonna go in and change them here because that's what I committed to doing. We've got about 1 hour left of stream. I was debating about taking a break, but I'm kind of on a roll, so maybe we'll just leave it. No breaks today. No breaks today. Yeah, so, and we changed the bass back, so that's why it sounded different, right? You're gonna teach us how to save. Oh yeah, so, well, to save this, right, hold select and go up. And then see at the top, this is important. See at the top it says teach.2 exclamation point. Exclamation point means you haven't saved yet. Like you've made changes that you have not saved. It's like the little asterisk, you know, when you have a file that's open, it's got a little asterisk because saying you haven't changed it, or you haven't. Saying you have not saved since you made changes, right? So that's where here, if I went to load, it would be like, do you want to lose a whole bunch of unsaved stuff? And I'm like, no thanks. So you go to save. Save as, you know, you can rename it if you want. Boom. How do you name it? Once you go to save and then here, you can, here's backspace, but you just pick whatever you want. Teach. And the nice thing about this is you can do a save as, basically, like, or you can save it without doing a save as. If you like name it something, like if I'm like, oh, I want this to be called teacher, it's not gonna, you know, like when you have a file and it's called teach and then you go save teacher, it automatically makes another one. So then you have teach and teacher. This one will overwrite it and change the name. I have this one because I was showing off something else. When you're done working on stuff with BGB, when you close BGB, it should save automatically. What I like to do, just to make darn sure I don't lose anything, because especially when I'm making albums to sell and I have like deadlines and release dates and stuff, I want to make darn sure I don't lose anything, right? I can't show this on stream, like it's not going to show. But if you open up, you go to your Windows Explorer, right? You go to your File Explorer thing. And wherever you have, so you'll have 2 files wherever your LSDJ is saved. So I have one folder just with all my LSDJ ROMs in it, so all the GB files. So the file that's LSDJ 9_2_L.GB, that's like the Game Boy game. That's like the cartridge, right? That one, it doesn't matter. You can lose it. If you re-download it later, it doesn't matter. It's the save file that's important. It's the save file. So there's also going to be an LSDJ 9_2_L.save. It's a .sav. That is the file that has all your songs on it, everything that you've been working on. The other one is just the program itself. The GB, it's just the Game Boy game. The .save is your save file. So it's like if you have a Pokemon cartridge, you know, you got Pokemon Red or whatever. The Pokemon Red cartridge is the .gb, right? And then once you save it, the save file on there is the .save. So that's not the best example because you can't really separate them in the old cartridges. I mean, you can, but not really, you know. It's like if I have a... It's like I have a Switch game. I've got Pokemon Sword, right? I've got Pokemon Sword.gb or .switch or whatever. I can lend you my cartridge for it, but the data, the save file's on my Switch. So I can be like, oh, you want to borrow my game? I've got Zacian. I've got whatever Pokemon. You borrow my game and you're like, what? Zacian's not here. Why is it a new game? Because you don't have my save data. So the .save, that's the one to guard with your life. So what I do, so right now I can't, like I said, I can't really show you, but right now I've got my File Explorer thingy open and I see LSDJ 92LGB and that's fine. And then I've got 92L.save and it shows like date modified. It says 5:59 p.m. Right now it's 5:59 p.m. So I know that it's saved. And if I close it now, it's 6 p.m. If I close it now, it should update and say date modified 6 p.m. What I used to do, because I was paranoid, is I would just wait until I would just leave it open for a little bit after and check like 10 minutes later to see if it saved within the last 10 minutes, because I was paranoid. Recently, I've started to kind of trust it more, though. Because I don't know if there's a way to force BGB to save a save file. Also, if you're on OpenEmu or a different emulator, it might be different. So, like, full warning, it might work differently, so maybe check with your specific emulator. But if you have a save file somewhere, that would be the one. That would be the one. So what I do when I'm done working on stuff is I take that save file and I copy and paste it into like a safer place where it's not referencing it, just in case. You probably don't need to be honest. But let's say, for example, you have not just 2 songs, you've got like all these songs at the bottom, your blocks used is like BE out of BF. You're like full. You have so many songs, you've been working so hard, you got so much stuff on here. There's no room. You don't want to delete any of your hard work. You don't want to delete any of these songs, but you want to make more songs. Right? You want to make more songs, but you don't want to, you can do erase. This is what happens if you do erase. And if I'm looking at these, well, see, this one has 4 at the end instead of 2. It's taking up 4 blocks because there's more data. But if they both had the same name, I don't know. Let's save this again. We'll say, oh, look, this one we saved 6 times. Teacher.6. Oh, this one is 6 saves. This one only is 5 if they had like the same name, right? Then you're like, oh, I probably made changes and saved it as this one. I can erase this one. Boop. And then the blocks used is now 4. You can do that. And I'm fine with that because that was a copy of this song that I made to show you guys something, right? So I don't care. We still have this song that we've been working on. That's fine. But let's say your save file is absolutely packed to the brim. It's overflowing with amazing Game Boy music. You don't want to lose any of it. What you do, that's where you copy paste your save file somewhere else. Because as far as I know, the save file will be referenced by the Game Boy file if they're in the same folder. So what I do is I copy paste it into like a backup folder or like song saves or whatever, and I'll rename it. So I'll name it usually like this one when I'm done, I'll call it, you know, Lsdj 92L dash, you know, 28 January 2022. And then I'm like, oh, what was I working on last week or this? Or I'll put the song name if I'm working on, if I finished a song or something, and I'm like, what song is on what file? You know? Just give it a name, because it's looking for lsdj92l.save. It's looking for that to save to, right? So if you put it in a different folder from the Game Boy file, from the ROM, and you name it something different, then I figure that should make it safe. I'm no pro, but that's what's worked for me. I guess I am a pro. I'm not an expert. That's what works for me, though. And then what happens if you have... then you can go to... I'm not going to do it right now because I haven't backed up this save. But on this screen, do not do this. I repeat, do not do this right now. But you can reset the cartridge. I'm not actually going to say how to do it. I'm not going to say it. I don't want someone to do it by accident. It's in the manual if you want to know. You can reset the cartridge, and then it will get rid of all your everything. It'll just be empty, and that's it. Just file one empty, and that's it. And then you can start over making stuff, you know? Or if you want to, you could take the copy of your save file and go in there and like manually delete stuff if you want or whatever. Like, it's up to you. I'm not gonna say how to erase everything. No one needs to do that right now. You guys just start it. It takes me a long time. And you've seen how complex some of my songs are. It takes me a long time to fill up a cartridge. So you're not gonna fill it up tonight. You're not. Hey there, Face, how you doing? Glad I caught some of this. This is the first lesson. I'll probably watch the VOD later. It is. It's the second episode of Inspiration Eel. But it is the first lesson episode. I'm gonna have it on YouTube later. There's actually a YouTube playlist that has the pilot episode, which is not specifically about Lsdj. It's more about song. I mean, it's in Lsdj, but it's more about like coming up with melodies and stuff. It's not as technical. This one is like, what buttons do I press to put notes in Lsdj and stuff like that, you know? So, yeah, but I'm glad to see you. Glad it's going well. I hope you'll give it a try. It's a really fun program. I want to hear all kinds of Game Boy stuff. How do you copy? To copy anything, you hold select, and you tap B. If you just want to, just like one thing, then you tap B again. And then you copy it, and you can paste with select A. If you want to copy a whole section or cut a section, you hold select, tap B, highlight what you want, select an A, will cut it. You can paste it like here if you want, or whatever. Won't fill up the cartridge. You underestimate how bad music, how much bad music I can make. You're gonna fill it up tonight for you? Oops, I'm time traveling again. I don't think that showed up. Did it? Okay. Oof. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, we've been through a lot of stuff. We've been through 3 hours of stuff. Do you guys have any questions? I'm gonna grab another cough drop. I don't talk this much usually. Oops. I ripped the wrapper instead of opening it nicely. Picturing when kids give their parents drawings till there's no refrigerator space left. What? You mean my drawings weren't masterpieces when I was 6 or whatever? You saying my parents were just putting my bad art on the fridge to make me feel good and it was not good? It wasn't as good as Picasso like they told me? Oh my god. Let me see. I have notes. I have a curriculum chat. I came prepared. We went through controls and hex code. Here, this is what we've covered so far. Controls and hex code. How to load the thing in the thing to, you know, to make Lsdj work. Navigation and the map. We covered the channels and the sounds they made, except for the wave channel. We didn't do a lot in that. That's okay. That's okay. Play around with stuff, honestly. That's the best way to learn. Building instruments and duping them and parameters. We went over the important parameters, I think. Envelope is like 90% of it. And duty cycle in the pulse. One thing that you can do that's really cool in noise. You can actually, there's a lot of notes you can... These ones. They have note names. Until they don't anymore. But if you want something that sounds like a Bowser fire or something, you know. I like putting these sometimes. You can do really cool stuff. This is, I usually call this instrument sticks. I don't know why. But this is just my snare. You can get a lot of cool sounds in the percussion, or in the noise channel. Another thing you can do, I'll show you guys some tricks actually. We've been through so much stuff. We've been through muting and copying and pasting and cutting. Oh, one thing I did not talk about that I highly recommend and do not do, but need to get back into is keeping a patch book. Keeping a patch book, you guys. So let's say, so this right here, this is called this is your patch for this is what we call a patch. If you're familiar with synthesizers, it's, I think it's basically your set of settings. It's your set of settings to make a thing sound a certain way. Suffering succotash, right? So let's say you're like, oh, I really like the way this snare sounds. So you write this down. You're like, I used envelope 78. I mean, that's all we actually did here. Oh, and as far as parameters go, I don't know what this does. And I don't... Oh, I kind of understand this. Okay, this is one thing you'll probably won't need to use very much. But if you ever have percussion instruments that are just like not playing sometimes, this happens more on actual hardware. So like if you're playing it on a Game Boy with a cartridge, because you're like super devoted like me and you like buy cartridges and you flash them so you can bring it on your Game Boy Pocket so you can make music on the bus. Sometimes, I don't know the logistics behind it. Defense Mechanism has explained it to me a couple times. I still don't get it. But sometimes it just like won't come out. You know, it'll just be like muted for one note for like no reason. You're like, oh. You're like, whoa, wait, how come this isn't coming out? If that happens, just put pitch to safe instead of free. I don't know why. I don't remember what it does, but it, you know, I don't do it like ever, but if it's ever a problem, just know that that's a thing that you can do. That's like a weird little troubleshooting thing. But keeping a patch book. So let's say you make this instrument and you're like, oh, I like this. It sounds like Pokemon. Or this sounds cool. So you can write your patch for yourself and be like, I used envelope, you know, 78, 0, and dashes. The wave, waves modulation, waveform modulation? Yeah. Be like, this is 25%. That's it. That's all we changed. I wonder if we change these. Whoops, I can't change those at once. I'm just changing the bass around. It actually was better. Go figure. Okay. Yeah. Duty cycle. Yeah, I was trying to remember the other name for it. But yeah, duty cycle. All poop jokes. Oh, there's a couple things you can do. I don't know. Are you guys ready for this? I don't know. We did loading and saving songs. Bonus stuff. You want some bonus stuff, chat? I'm not getting into song building right now. I'm just gonna do Lsdj tricks and stuff. You know what? Let's take a quick break, because my voice is kind of like, eh. Let's take a little break for like 5 minutes. So you guys can mess around with whatever you've been messing around with. And then I will show you some tricks, mainly to give your lead more texture, a little more color. Make it a little more interesting. Because one thing I do in probably every song I've ever made is I will do this thing where I'll make the lead, right? I'll make the lead. And then I'll play the same exact thing later, but I'll use a different instrument or I'll change the pitch or something, but it's like, it's the exact same thing. Right? I mean, I even showed you that here. So let's take a really quick break. I'm back in a couple minutes. I'll show you what you can do in the command line here. Some cool things you can do besides the E command. Which is something you can play with right now. Like this was 78, so you go 7, and then like, if you have it on 0 or 8, it will never end. If you have it on 1, it's super short. If you have it on 7, it's as long as it will go, but then it will die out. This is something you can do too. Warning for headphone users. If you go, so 7 is as long as it will go, but it'll die out. 8, it will stay the same, and it'll never falter. It will never falter. 9 is it will actually start to get louder. It'll get louder. Fast. Anything above 8, it'll go louder. But some of these, it'll go louder, slower. You know? So sometimes what you can do for a cool effect is, like, it normally starts at 7. I can have this one start at 3. You know? And if I want to get louder faster. Or you can put that here. So I cut that with hold B, tap A, and then paste with hold select, press A. Then when it plays, it'll still be 7, 8 here, right? But then it has this right away. Can actually have it stop. So that's a cool thing you can do. Or if you just want to change it to have like, this one's gonna be quieter. Or I want an accent on this note. You know? So that's something you can play with, is the E command. You can play with that for a sec if you want. We'll take a little break. And we will be back in a moment here. We'll be back in a few minutos. Oh, I still have the spoink on there. I forgot about that. Let me find some really cool Lsdj music to play for you, and then you can see, like, what you can do. What did I... Oh, here, yeah, Ghost in the Game Boy is actually a really good album for showing, like, what kind of weird instruments and stuff you can make. I think I played some of it this morning, but whatever. We'll be back in, like, 5 to 7 minutes or so. So you keep playing around if you want, and I'll show you some nifty advanced tricks after. Advanced-ish. We'll be back. No, we're done. We're good. We're done with the break. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. There's a couple other things I realized I forgot to tell you, like, you know, what to do with your song when you're done with it. How to share your masterpiece with the world. You know? So what you can do when you're all done your song is you can just make whatever. You can just put... Yeah, it can be whatever. We haven't been using for... It can be whatever you want. My best practices for myself, like I said, I use zeros for nothing because look, it's really easy to see here. Oh, this part comes in and the next row this comes in. This is here, this comes in. Oh, and the next one, this comes in. It's really easy for me to see kind of what builds on. So that's why I like zeros. This is less important in my opinion, but at the end I like to do 7F. That's the highest you can go. And I'll put a couple of bars of zero. And then I'll put the highest, which is FE, and then I'll put a huff. I'll put a huff command. This is the important part. It's not super important because like when you're done your song, you can just like record it. I'll tell you how to record it, so don't worry. I'll tell you how to record it to a WAV file that you can put to SoundCloud or Bandcamp, or you can send it to people or put it in Audacity and save out MP3s or whatever you want. Whatever you want. So you can just record and it'll loop. Like, it will loop when it gets to the end, right? It'll loop when it gets to the end. Also, I realized one thing I forgot to tell you. When you're in... So let's say you have... Like, right now we only have 4 bars, so it's not the worst. But let's say you just want to see how this specific bar sounds with all 4 channels playing. Right? You want to hear that with everything. So like this. You know? If you hold select, if you're in the chain screen, you can hold select and then press start. So you can just press start, right? If we want to hear these last 2 bars, you just tap start. And then it will loop. If you hold select and you press start, it'll start it here as if you're on this screen, sort of. But it won't start it at the beginning, it'll start it where you are. So you hold select and tap start. It's playing all 4. And then it goes to the top again. So that's how I test out like how this one particular part sounds or whatever, right? So if you're recording, you could just have it playing. And you could just stop the recording there, or you could have it fade out or whatever. I like to add an ending to my songs. So you can put like an actual ending with whatever sound effects you want, or a drum solo, or like whatever you want, right? This is how I like to do it. So here, you just put the same. So paste with select A. Also, just a note, when you paste stuff, did you see how it bumped this down? So if I'm pasting this B or whatever I want here, and I want to put it here instead of this, I'm going to paste and then I have to delete that, because as long as it'll keep pushing this down. If I want to put it here, it's going to push that down. So you don't actually like delete anything. If you paste, you're not putting it on top of something, you're just nudging it down. So that's where if I took like an empty space here, and I paste it here, it's going to move everything down. And then if I'm like, oops, now this is out of line, oop, I can take that away again by holding B and tapping A. As a little side note. Yeah, it just inserts it and it bumps everything. So here we've got 0B on all 4 channels, because again, it's like the 0, right? 0, there's nothing in there, it doesn't matter. There's no instrument, there's nothing, doesn't matter. And 0B, it doesn't matter what the name is. You can just make a new phrase in there, and then you put this huff command. H is a hop command, which is neat. So what you can do, this is how you could do like a waltz if you want. Wait, let's put this in, not this channel. So let's do like a metronome thing for a sec. Bum, bum, bum. So this is in 4/4 time right now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you wanted to make a waltz, the simplest and most annoying way to do it is by putting a hop command. Because what this does, it says don't play the rest of this. So starting here, just don't play this, just skip it. So now it's gonna sound like 3/4 time. See, it gets here, it doesn't play these. See, the arrow now there it gets here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can put it here if you want. So if you're really impatient and you're just messing around with like 1 or 2 notes and you want, like, you could do that if you don't want it to play the rest of the thing. But you can do that. You can have it hop to a you can get really fancy with hop commands. We're not gonna get really fancy, but like you could have it. So the 4 is saying step 4 over here next to the G, like to the left, not the right. The right is the instrument, the left, right? So it says once it gets here, hop there. And it'll just get stuck there. There's some things you can do, like hop there one time, and then I think it continues after that. Yeah. Hey, why don't I do that for 5/4 time? Huh. Anyways. But another thing you can do is if you put... So you can get to FF just by holding A and you tap left. So if you tap right, it'll change this one. Right and then up and down is this one, right? But from 0, just go left one. I call it a huff command because it's HFF. It looks like huff. And that just stops it. It just stops. It just stops playing there. That's it. It's done. It's not playing anything. So what I like to do is at the end of my song, I'll just put like a, you know, a bar or 2 of silence, or I'll put like, you know, at least a couple beats. I'll just put my little huff command here. And then that just tells it to stop playing, so it won't go to the top. And in this case, it will never reach this bar. So this here we have 1 bar with a huff command halfway through, so it'll just do 2 beats and then it will be done. So like 1, 2. The arrows are gone. They're gone. Right? The arrows are gone. If I don't have a huff command here, it'll play this bar, and then it loops. So let's say this is the end of your song, and then it keeps going. If you put a huff command in here, it'll just end, or even after 1 bar. After 1 note, sorry. 1 beat, and it's done. We can start on here. 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. And it's done. So that's because, like, when you're recording your song, sometimes it can be kind of annoying to try to, like, cut it after the fact. So you can just have it stop. The format I prefer is to have a couple of zeros, so nothing. So if I have a long note, I can let it ring or whatever I want, right? And then FE is where I put my huff command so that I know. I'm like, oh, 0, 0, FE, I know. I see 7F, I'm like, this song is done. I see zeros, I know that's empty space. I see 7F, I know it's done. Again, you don't need to do it this way. This is a personal organization thing. This is like me saying, don't forget to name your instruments. You can have your instruments just named 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, but I like to have lead, lead 2, bass, you know, bass quiet, or whatever, you know? Here again, semi-lurking while Sibelius install. Sibelius, oh, that's another music thing, right? I've heard of it, but I don't know much of it. Kind of like a code. Yeah, it's a kind of code for me. For me, I think this one probably makes sense for most people. You see zeros, you think 0. You know, there's nothing, like, what else are you gonna put? Because you could have like this here, and there's nothing telling you that this, you're like, oh, there's nothing in there, like, you know? So for me, it makes sense. Just an organization thing, you know? It's like if you're making a game and you name your sprites SPR_player or SPR_dog or whatever for the sprites and your objects OBJs. It's just so you know what's what. You don't have to do it that way, but it sure helps, I think. What was done differently between the huff command that made the 3/4 time and the one that ended the song? The huff itself. So huff is like, we're done here. You can think of it like Lsdj being like, huff, Yeah, hey Glacial, welcome back. Whereas a hop command, just H, just the H. If you just tap H and that's it. And if you have a whoo, if you have a huff, you're done. If you have a whoo, the who basically says start at this phrase again and come until you get here. Like play until you get here. You can have it skip basically anywhere, but the 0, 0 tells it to go here. Another thing that's super duper handy is most things in Lsdj now, you can like press A on it a couple times slowly and it tells you what it does, and you can hold select to pause the scrolling at the top. X is distance step. Wait, loop. First digit equals times. So here, oops, not here. Here I can have it loop to here one time, right? So if I have it 0, it'll just go over and over. If I have one time, it'll get here, it'll loop, it'll go back, and then it will ignore it the second time. I can do 2 times. And then what was the second one? Oh, HOX is hop to next phrase. Is that what it does? Yeah, you can mess around with stuff. It's not always within the same phrase. So if I have this here, it will play this, and then it will go here, and it'll start playing here. So you skip like this whole thing. Mostly you don't need to do that. Mostly you do not need to do that. I have tried it one time, and I don't think I needed to. I just did. But it's usually good for like a one-off if you just really, you know, if you want to do something weird. If you want to make a waltz, like a 3/4 time, I can give you a groove for it. It might not make a lot of sense, but it's something that I played with until I understood it. So if you want, so the other thing, right, is let's say we put our H command here, or not there, sorry, we put it on here, so it's like 3/4, right? 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The problem with that is that's the only one. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only place. So then you have to go into each bar and put your H command, your hop command. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? The other thing is it's really easy to mess stuff up that way because not only things aren't the same length here, sure, that's fine, but your other 3 channels don't know that you're skipping the last beat. So you have to do that. If you wanted this song to be a waltz and you wanted to do that way, like it's fine for a short little, like if I'm doing if I wanted to do an alert sound, yeah, I would do that. Sure, why not? But if you're making a full song and you want the entire thing to be in 3/4 time, that's probably the worst way to do it. It does work though. So I only recommend that if you if you're just starting out and you're like, this needs to be a waltz and I don't know how to do it. But honestly, the best way that I've found to do it is so from here, if you select and then go down, there's 2 things we haven't really talked about. Well, there's 3 things. There's groove and table and then the synth, like the wave stuff. I'm not going to get into wave stuff. You can draw your own, like you can move these around, draw your own waveforms if you want, which is super cool. But I'm not getting into that. No, thank you. You can mess around with basically everything on this screen. You can mess around with it and it'll give you different sounds. I would not do that necessarily for the kits. I don't know if it even works on the kits. But if you have like just a wave instrument, yeah, mess around with these parameters. You'll get some cool sounds. That's the best way to learn the wave channel. For groove and table I'll tell you about. Tables are simple once you understand what they're for. I didn't use tables at first. I didn't use the wave channel at first because I was terrified of both of them. I didn't use grooves either because I was scared of accidentally time traveling or something. So if you do select and down, that's the G down here. This is your swing. I'm going to try to cover this without being super confusing because it gets super confusing if you let it. So basically, Lsdj has its own time, what's the word? Unit, its own unit of time. So when you look at this, this is, like I said, it's like 1 E and a, 2 E and a. It's like 4 times 4 16th notes, right? It's like a bar of 4 times 16th notes. You can change the length, for lack of a better word. You can like change the duration of each of these quote 16th notes. Every one of these is called a step, like everywhere. So we have this on the 0 step, and this is on the 2 step, and the 4, and the, like looking at the letters on the the numbers on the very far left, right, where it changes colors in that, right? The 8 step. So the 8 step is usually beat 3, and the C step is beat 4. You know, playing through the steps. Because you can put like, you can put stuff on every step if you want. So those are steps. And then the unit of time that Lsdj uses is called ticks. Each step lasts for 6 ticks. So this step is 6 ticks long, and this one is 6 ticks long, and this one is 6, and this is 6. And that's what this means, is it's gonna be 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, like all the way to, the whole thing is 6s, they just don't fill it up. So that's the swing. So if you ever want to make a jazzy song and you want it to swing, you can do that. So let's do, you know what, this is a good example. We'll just put 1 down here. Is it gonna stop? Yeah, it's gonna stop. Okay, let's put 0s here. Okay. So if we change this groove, so this is like 1 E and a, 2 E and a, right? If we change these to 7 and these to 5, or wait a second. There you go. You can do 8 and 4. You can see the arrow, like it kind of skips. It like rushes ahead and stuff. You can go crazy. Let's make it really crazy. So that's really nuts. This is called grooves. So you can do some really crazy stuff. You can change it. So if you go left and right, this is how you can mess up the timing. So we're at 128 beats per minute. But if we do this and we change the length of this, now this whole thing is like 8 ticks instead of 12. Then the song's gonna end up a little bit faster. I don't even know what that's doing anymore. But you can do that. This is like between your 16th notes. So for swing, I'll usually use these. So the key thing, if you're gonna mess around with grooves, is make sure that it all equals whatever, 24, I guess? No, not 24. Each of these is 24. So 4 times 24. So like 96? Is that right? Whatever. It's the whole, it's wherever you have the groove. It's wherever you have the groove. So what you can do, oops. If you go like up and down, by the way, you notice how it changes the other one in relation to it. So this one goes up by 1, that one goes down, you know, so that works. We won't notice a difference here because it would be 1 E and a. And we don't really have notes on the E's and the U's, so that's why I'm kind of doubling up here. But let's say we do it like this. The whole song will be like that. That doesn't sound bad, actually. But what you can do, you can set a specific groove. So you can put, there's a groove command. You put G, and it'll be G00. That's the groove that we set. We can make another groove. If you hold B and right, we go to groove 1. And that's basically the normal, the default. So what we can do, we can have groove 0 playing in here. And then in the other 3 channels, we can set it to groove 1. So they're not gonna play with the, oops. It startled myself. I'm just gonna copy paste it. So they're not gonna be swung. So this one is gonna be swinging and the others aren't. by default, everything will go off of groove 0. So, I mean, it remembers that I set these to, you know. But yeah, you can do some really cool stuff. I'm gonna put that back because I don't want it to be wonky. But yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can change the speed on the fly too. So select up, tempo. I like it a little faster, maybe like 136. Channels can have different grooves. Will they be off time eventually if I'm not careful? Yep, if you're not careful. Will it chain at the end? So it depends. So again, if you're looking at all these, right? If we have 6 and 6, so one thing you can do to see is if you press up, like hold A and tap up, this one goes up by 1, this one goes down by 1. So we're maintaining balance. We're maintaining order. You can press up again, you know. So as long as these two values, or all the 2 values, you know, every 2 add up to 12, then you're good. You know, or it has to average out. Like it has to add up to as if every one of these 16 was 6. Then it will average out. So that I'm at 16 times 6. Hey, I was right, 96. So this whole thing has to add up to 96. So that's where, like, we were swinging the one but not the others, but because we had 5, we had like 7, 7, 5, 5, which is 24, right? And then we had 6, 6, 6, 6, and the other one is also 24. They even out. It's just that, like, it takes a bit of time to catch up, right? Or like they're not always at the same time, like every second note or whatever it is they're out, but overall they'll be in the same timing. So if you want to make a waltz, I'll give you a groove for it. I'll explain it. I don't know how much sense it's gonna make. This is how you can make a waltz. This is how you make 3/4 time. It looks like this. It's all 6s until the last half is 6, 6, 6, 2, and then 4 1s. Because basically how this works is but it becomes 3/4 time. You're losing a whole beat, and that's because you've got, you know, 6, 6, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're basically taking these last 5 and squishing them down so that it's like a 6, and then these 4 just aren't there. That's kind of what it's like. So when you play this, the difference between this and the hop command is if you put a hop command here, it does not play these. It sees the hop command and it just skips them outright. So this is gonna be, I'm just gonna put it on a different groove that isn't currently a waltz. That's fine, right? Yeah. So if we had this on like normal time, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you put a hop command here, just a bare who, you never get to hear these higher notes. You know, you could put it here, you know, but you never get to hear it. The difference is when you have this set up, they're still here. They're just so short. They're all squished into like this note, which also means you can't really use this step because it gets really wonky. Like well, you can, but it'll combine everything. So if you have notes here, they're gonna just be bloop, you know? So like here, you'll hear it. Right? So it's still playing them, right? So let me go back to that groove. You guys can like, I would suggest just screenshotting it or writing it down. Because it didn't make sense to me until I did it a couple times and I was like, oh wait, because at first I was like, groove math. What? If you hear people talking about LSDJ groove math, this is it. You're like, okay, so we have three beats. 3 beats of 1E and a 2E and a, you know, or 2 beats rather. 1E and a 2E and a, okay. Now, these are worth, you know, half of 96. What's half of 96? 53? No, that's not true. 47? 48, I mean? 48, right? I think. Dang, math on the fly. I'm not usually good at math while I'm doing other things or at all, so I'm pretty impressed with myself. So yeah, so we're like, okay, well, this half of the bar is worth 48, so this is gonna be like 1, 2, and it's gonna sound fine. But then this still needs to basically add up. So, but it's kind of weird. And it doesn't add up to 48, right? Because you're taking it away, so I guess you're cutting it in half. But that's kind of how you think about it, is these are all 6s. The first 8 1E and a 2E andas, whatever, is all 6s. So they're all, each of those steps is worth 6 ticks. I told you this is complicated. I wasn't going to get into this, but you made me. I'm just kidding. And then on beat 3, it actually makes a lot of sense looking at it right now. I feel like I can explain it and it's kind of clear, but I know it's confusing and it probably isn't clear. But then you get to 3E and but what it is, you can think of it like 1E and 2E and 3E and This all gets squished down into here. So if you put notes here, which would be like, you know, putting notes here, it directly correlates. So it's C, D, E, F, right? It's the same thing, C, D, E, F, right? If you put notes here, they'll get rushed. But yeah, usually just leave it at 6. Oops, I hope you guys took a picture. The last 4 are 1s. The one before that is a 2. Yeah, and then before that, it's all 6s. But yeah, a couple of other tricks that are fun. So don't worry about the groove math unless you really want to do weird time signatures and stuff. In which case, Defense Mechanism actually did a really good article on groove math that you should be able to understand better. I'm going to shout him out. I don't know if he's still hanging around, but we're going to shout him out. Go to his page. He should, if he's a smart, then he should have a link on there to like his webpage and stuff where he has articles and stuff, and or you can ask him. But he's got really good articles on LSDJ stuff, and I'm starting to slowly understand some of it. But the thing is, I started using LSDJ before I understood how it worked. And I feel like if you're not someone who's using other trackers and other like sequencing software and stuff, you're not really going to be able to understand LSDJ before you use it. Right? It's like throwing a basketball. There's my analogies again. It's like throwing a basketball. If you've never seen a basketball in your whole life, or not a basketball. Let's say a medicine ball. Okay, medicine ball, right? You see a medicine ball, you're like, that doesn't look that heavy. You pick it up. Oh boy. You know? And you see someone throw a medicine ball, you're like, well, you only threw a medicine ball like 3 feet. Was this weakling? And then you pick up the medicine ball, you're like, oh, I get it now. This thing's actually mega heavy, right? Except this is kind of the opposite, where you're like, oh, that ball looks really heavy and hard to lift. And then you start, you know, you're like, oh, I can actually pick this up. You're like, oh, I can actually throw it a little ways, you know? It's kind of like that, maybe? We're describing snow to someone who's never seen snow before. Well, it's just cold stuff, but it's like water, but it's frozen water, but you don't know what frozen means, but it like melts in your hand and it like, you know, it's cold and solid and then it melts and turns into water. And you're like, what? And then you pick up a snowball, you're like, oh, but it's really hard to understand snow. I'm assuming, I don't know. I'm born in Canada. I was freaking born in snow. I was born in snow. You know, but like, I'm assuming, right? It's really hard to understand snow or the concept if you've never seen or interacted with snow before. You know? It's kind of the same thing. Don't wait to be an expert before you use it. Just be a beginner. That's the same thing for anything though, really. You gotta start using things and doing things before you know how. You know, I mean, within reason. I mean, like, if you go to an archery range, you should probably learn how to shoot a bow and arrow before you just, you know, within reason. But yeah, Lsdj, download it, play with it, make some mistakes, accidentally lose a song, be sad for a bit, and rebuild it better, be happy. You know? First time I tried to lift a sword, I could barely budge it. There you go. There you go. Who's giving 6-year-olds a sword? I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little concerned. But yeah, it's like, don't be an expert. When I started learning Lsdj, I had no idea what I was doing. I'm not talking about 12 years ago when I did that one call. That was like a one-off. That doesn't count. But like in April 2019, I think is when I started learning Lsdj. And I was just making tunes. I started... I'm just checking the release date of my first album, because I started making chiptune in like April. And my first album release was in June. There, I challenge you guys. Release an album of 6 songs in 2 months. If you want. You don't have to. But, you know. Also make lots of songs. Make lots of little crappy songs. Don't try to make one amazing perfect song. Just make a bunch of little short crappy ones. Or better yet, not crappy. Maybe they'll be not crappy. But if you make a bunch of little short... Okay, that was cool. And then you try something new. You can make multiple songs in one file, too, if you want to. You can start a new song down here. And you'll have all your same instruments. Okay, what if I did this with the melody instead? What if I did, you know... I want to use this instrument again, you know? What if I do, like... this? How does this sound? Oh, wow. Hey, wait. That sounds kind of Zelda-y. Dang, ideas, you know? Ideas. Let me show you a couple things real quick, because we got like 10 minutes left. Let me show you a couple things that you can do to just make things super fun. So you've got your melody, right? You've got your melody. It sounds cool. You went and copy pasted it, you did a deep clone, and you've got a new instrument, you play in a different octave, it sounds heckin' cool. But you want it a little bit more different that you want some accent notes, you want some little stuff. You want this note to be a little heavier, a little longer, use an E command. We're gonna go with 7 for the first value, because that's what we have here, 7. We'll make it a little bit longer, maybe. That's cool. This is where it really helps to have the looping. What if we just pitch bend it a little bit? You know? Hey, that's cool. Okay. And then what about on this bar? So P is for pitch bend. P is for pitch bend. The easiest pitch bend you can do, you just put a P, and then you can hold A and you go up 1. That's cool. Or down 1. You can put it right here, if you want. You can put it at the end of the note. We're making the note longer because if we don't, you won't really hear it. Lean into the note. You can make it a little louder. You know? That's cool. You know what? I might add more to this later. So I'm gonna copy paste this here because I don't really want this song to be done yet. Put this here, and I'm actually gonna. Here's an example of I want to change this one, but not the one that came before it. So I'm gonna deep clone both of these. So this is 6 and A, but these are not 6 and A anymore. Where was this? I'm gonna cut this out of here. Select A to cut it. Go in here. Oh, right, because I duplicated it, so it's gonna be in there. Duh. So that's cool. So E, and again, you can press A on here. Volume envelope, first digit, attack, second digit, release. 1 to 7 is rise. So again, okay, this is one of the most important things as far as the command column here, this command column. This is probably the most important tip I can give, is to see what it said. Okay, it's talking a lot. But like pitch bend, you're like, how does pitch bend work again? Tap A. Do you go twice? I'm trying to get it to shut up for a sec. Okay, yeah, you tap A twice. It'll scroll a little help thing telling you what that command does. Oh, there we go. It's scrolling. Hang on a sec. Hold select to make it stop scrolling so that you don't have to read fast. 0, 1 to 7F means the pitch is going to go up. So this value next to the P, if it's anywhere between 0, 1, and 7F, it's going to go up. If it's anywhere between FF and 80, it's going to go down. So 80 is going to be like right down. Whereas this is the smallest amount. You can't even hear it. A little bit, right? That happens sometimes and it's cool. Yeah. You don't like 7-Up? I haven't had it in a while. You know what's another really cool thing to do? When you have a difference between notes, when you're jumping up a lot or lower. Let's see. This might be a good jump. Or... I'm gonna put it here, actually, after the pitch bend. L is one of my favorite commands. So P's and L's, they're some of the best. Use E if you want to make a note longer, shorter, louder, softer as a one-off. You can duplicate the instrument and you can change it in here if you want. You can do that. If you want to use it for a bunch of notes or you want to do a whole section, if it's just one note, one time, you want to be long, just put an E command in here. You use the same instrument, it'll sound different. That's okay. Pitch bend is awesome. It just sounds cool. It adds so much. It's so cool. L command is a slide. Or portamento. That's what it's called. Digits equals time. In tables, use e.g. 05 L 08 to slide 5 notes up in 8 ticks. Oh, I didn't know that. Cool. That's in tables. Okay. Basically, this one takes some playing with. The number you put here is just how long it takes it to get to this note. So if we go like here, never mind the E, but what's a better example? Okay, here. Let's put this down for a sec. Actually, we can put a hop command. This is just to show you. Man, that's annoying. We can put... So this is kind of a hard place to show it off. So here, it starts on C6, it goes to C5 within 2 steps, right? So it's within an 8th note, basically. You put this L command, it takes slightly longer. The weird thing, the thing that's not intuitive, it's not weird. The thing that's not intuitive about the slide command in here is that it's not how drastically it slides to get to here, it's how long it takes to get to this note. So if I have like... It's probably hitting the C5 about here. Somewhere around here. Here, we can... Oops, sorry. See, it's only... It only reaches it down there. If we do something really crazy, it doesn't reach it till, like, way down here. Let's see, do this. See, it hits the C5 around here. If you have a lower value, hits it around here. It's about there. Then it gets there faster. So usually up to 10 or maybe 20. 20 it gets there, like, you know, something like that. So you can do that and it doesn't like mess with your timing too much. But like here, if I have... It like doesn't actually... Here. So this is what it should sound like. It still sounds closer to this note than these notes, because it's not... It doesn't have time to get all the way to the B. That's closer. Or you can do like this. You know? You can do little things like that. But I think even just doing slides and pitch bends. See how nice that sounds? Put a slide. I'm gonna put a pitch bend here. Whoops. This is kind of a trick because the note is kind of ended by now, so you don't actually hear it get all the way down there. But you get a whoop because you can hear it coming up from lower, right? Right. That's kind of cool. Yeah, you can just change it real easy like that. We gotta do this one. So here, this is where if we want to. So again, you can swap between. This is tricky if you're not used to navigating, but you can go between this and this too by holding. If you're in, so if I'm in E, I can hold B and go down. Now I'm in F. You see chain E, F at the top? So if I did something cool here that I like, I can copy this whole column. Oops, not that. Copy the whole column. I'm in chain E, hold B and down. Go into 1B, which is a duplicate, right? Right? Because this was duplicated off of E. So we go down one here. Like, yeah, I'm gonna copy that. Down, go in here and boop. So select right, hold select, double tap B, highlight the part you want, B to copy and get out of selection mode. Select and left to get back into your chain. B and down to go to the next chain that's below this one in the song. Select and right to hop into this phrase. Paste that. Select and left. And then we go down. So we got to get back up to E, right? We got to get up to E. So we're going to B up into the last phrase. Don't worry if I'm going too fast here, because I just want to... And we're just going to put another L command. Yeah. So now if we play this... How do I get the help to scroll at the top? When you're on top of, so you can put in whatever you want. You're like, I think I want to put a pitch bend here, but I'm not sure how it works. And this is also just hold A and left and right to go between them, by the way. So get to P. When you're on the P, just double tap A. And then it'll start scrolling, and to pause the scrolling, just hold select. As long as you're holding select, it will not scroll, and then you let go and it keeps going. Can I make it go away with that? Yeah. So that's cool. What else was I going to show you? There's pitch bends and slides. Those are two of my favorite things. Oh, two more. There's two more I'm going to show you that are super awesome. They're super awesome. You can change the duty cycle on the fly. So this was our 50 or our 25? This is our 25. If I want, I can make this one note a 12.5. Listen. I like that. That adds a bit of texture too. And you can copy paste these as well. I'm not going to copy these. I'm just going to make new ones. And one more is vibrato. So those four little things. Just pick one. Just pick one and play with it. Figure out how it works. But there's four things you can do to add a bit of texture, make things sound a bit different. So vibrato is V. The first digit, as it will say here, so double tap A, the first digit is speed, and the second one is depth. And then VOO is none. So if we put like lots of speed, you can have it go really fast. So fast you can almost not even hear it. You can have it go really like bow wow wow. You know? Speed and depth. You can make it sound like a guitar almost if you have this like cranked. Now we'll go into here. Yeah. Yeah, that works, right? Here, I'll solo it for a sec. So this was the same. It was 6A and then EF. This is the difference that those little things made. So we didn't change the instruments at all. We did not change the notes at all. All the same notes, all the same instruments. We just added some little commands on the side. Right, and then with. See, it sounds so much more exciting, right? You can really like fluff things up like that. Another thing is I noticed that I've got a lot of 3s here and a lot of 2s, so these never change. So those are some places I could change some stuff to, you know, little, yeah, you know, little tweaks, just little tweaks. So like I might do hi-hats. I might just add a little hi-hat. So I'm on deep clone here. Deep clone this. I want this one and this one to be the same, so I'm gonna put this one on 10 as well. And I just want a little, you know, 1 and a. So I don't want this to be exactly the same as my snare, so I'm gonna double tap A to make a new instrument. And I'm gonna put it on, what if I put it on, what about one of these? Yeah, I like that. So we're gonna have that, and then this one's gonna be the same, right? But different. So I'm gonna select BA. So it's the same thing, right? 20, 21. But I want to be up. Also, this is gonna be a little loud, so I'm gonna go into this instrument here. I'm gonna call it sticks, because that's what I like to call it when I do that. And it's gonna be quieter and a little shorter. Or not. So here, I want like, I want to be able to hear it. I want a little quiet kind of, you know, at the end, little ring. But I don't want it to be really distinguishable, you know? Yeah. And then here I'm going to do one more. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Let me copy this and paste it on top of here. Maybe I'll just put it here. I need my snare back. Oops. Oops, where was my snare? Oh, there's my snare. Yeah, so now. And if it's really important to me that this note plays on 4 and a snare plays on 4, what I can do, just gonna put this on top. So right now there's no snare here, right? What I can do, I can go into the wave channel, right? And I can, see I duplicated all of them. It's the same bar. But I might change it, right? I'm gonna change just this one. So hold select, tap B and then A. So now they're the same. 23 and 24 are the same, but we're going to change 24 and only 24. I'm going to put... See how this sounds. So I have... Right? I could do... Also, you can go back and forth between channels by holding B and going left and right. So I'm in the noise channel right now. If I go B and left, is wave, B on left is pulse 2, B on left, pulse 1. But it gets tricky if you have stuff that doesn't line up. Like if I had another thing here, right? B and right would probably put me in here. Yeah, so it can get confusing, so that's why I wasn't really talking about it, but you can do it to kind of get around faster too. So I could do that instead. What I'm gonna do, because I don't really like that, I didn't like the snares on this specific kit. I'm gonna duplicate this. So this is my kit with the TR606. Gonna hold select, B, A. Now we have kick. I'm gonna rename it. You can press select as like backspace, which is really cool. And I'm gonna call it snare 2. And I'm gonna only use this one for the snare. I'm not sure which one has a good snare. So when you're playing around with kits, you can put 2 different ones, like 707 and 727. Have one here. This one doesn't have a snare, so not 727. This one could work. I think there's a better one. So let's put it on... I know I like 909. Oh, that's pretty good. We can do both, too. You can put both kits together to get special sounds. So what I might do for this part... I might just use this snare instead of the noise one. So I'm gonna copy, paste it on 4. Ooh, what if I do... I'm gonna copy this whole section. I'm gonna... Bum, 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 bum. See what sounds. And copy paste this. And then I'm gonna take the snare out of here, I think. Or... yeah, I like that. I'm just kind of playing. Now I want to like finish the song, you know? Copy, paste. Actually, I want on my snare. There. Just be confusing. And then what do we have here? Okay. I can do a little flourish on here, maybe. I don't have a hi-hat in here. I am gonna duplicate this, so select and then tap B and A. I'm gonna just make a little, so the thing with duplicating is it's gonna take the name, right? So I want a little hi-hat close, so HHC. Just gonna make it short. It's just a little thing. Nice. Yeah, and there you have it. So I like that. I might add to it. I don't know. Maybe we'll work on that next Friday. Add to it a little bit more, and then I'll get more in the groove. But, and at the end, I know I wasn't explaining as much because that was where I was like, oh, wait, I have an idea for this. So that's where I kind of stopped talking. But I hope that helped shed some light. Hopefully it makes some sense. Normally I would take these parts out, but for me this is still a work in progress, so I would just save. If you want to record your song, I was getting into the groove. It happens. If you want to record a song, if you have something, if you want to, especially like if you're in the Discord and you want to pop it in there, you know, you can put it in LSD. We have an Lsdj channel. You can pop stuff in there if you like. You can pop it in there if you want. Your brain is full now. If you want, what you do to record, I can't show you, but you can follow along if you want. I can't show you because it doesn't show the pop-up windows on here. But if you right-click on BGB, so it doesn't have to be on the bar at the top, just anywhere on this blue, whatever. Right-click, and then Options. There's a tab that says Sound. All kinds of stuff is already ticked and entered, and it's probably fine. So you can leave all the settings. But there's one part where it says Wave File Writer. And so you'll want to tick off that box. And then there will be a location. So it'll say like C drive, user, blah, 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 whatever, right? So you have to figure out where you want to save recordings to. So if you have like, you know, my PC chiptune or whatever. And then you can put the title in there that you wanted to call it. So you might have like, you know, C backslash user backslash chiptune and then a backslash, and that would be your main, that might be your main like directory, you know, if you have a folder called chiptune, for example, and then backslash, and then after the backslash you could put like song name, whatever the song name is, right? So you could have like whatever the directory is, The best thing to do, I think, is go into File Explorer. Go wherever you want to have your chiptune stuff. You could have a folder in there that's like Lsdj and it has your ROMs and your save in it. And then you could have another folder either beside or in that one that says like backup saves or something like that. And you can have another one that's like songs or recorded songs or something like that. And then if you right click on the folder that you make and then properties, it'll give you the file path. And then you could just copy paste that. But so for example, you might have like, you know, song 1. And then the next one might be song 2, whatever. So the song 1, song 2, like that's what the name of the song will be when you export it, you know? But anyway, you check off the Wave File Writer box and then it will start, when you hit OK, or apply or whatever, when you hit OK, it will go into that folder and it'll start recording a file right away. So then what you do, you just go in your song and you press play. And you just sit there and let it play through the whole thing. We're not doing that right now. But you'll see at the top, like, if you're using BGB, this is for BGB. I don't know how to record out of, like, OpenMU or whatever. But in BGB, it'll say at the top, record, so you know it's recording. Don't sit there for 4 minutes and then be like, oh, crap, I'm not actually recording. Because I've done that. And you sit through the song again. So, you know, sit there. It is a tracker, so like all the notes are pre-entered, so hypothetically it should sound perfect every time, but it doesn't always. So sit there, listen to it, make sure it plays through properly and everything sounds good, you know. And then when it's all done, you go back and you right click in BGB, options, sound, and then you uncheck the box that says wave file writer, and then you hit OK, and then it's out of record mode and it's done. And then you can go into that folder wherever you have it. If you want to bring the song into a DAW, you want to like layer stuff on it, you want to add it to something. If you just want to make a fun little, like I made that little butterlup that sounded kind of Zelda-y or whatever, make some short little thing. Maybe you just want to take this and loop it. You just like that Game Boy sound, you know? Or maybe you just want to do a little... Maybe you just want to do a little fun noise. Maybe you just want like... Maybe you just want that. Just record that. S command is fun and it only works in Pulse 1. You're welcome. Anyways. Just record a little thing and you can put that in your DAW of choice. Or whatever. I save out my stuff. I drag it into Dark Audacity. I run a normalizer because often it'll be very quiet once you bring it out of BGB or the Game Boy or whatever you're recording from. And then you just export it as a wave or an MP3 or whatever you like. MP3 files are smaller, wave files sound better. So it's up to you. But yeah, you know. But yeah, if you guys want to share stuff you've made, that would be really cool. That would be super cool. Put stuff in the little Sound DJ channel. Or put it in Inspirational if it's specifically related to this, I guess. That would be cool. But yeah, there you have it. There you have it. There are also tutorials online, like other tutorials, for like just put recording sound from BGB, because I know I wasn't really able to show it off. I might make a guide, but maybe. They already exist, so I probably don't need to be honest. But you can do that if you want. For me right now, I'm just gonna... Let's see, last save was 4 minutes ago. I think I'd been yammering for 4 minutes. But don't forget to back up your save files. Don't forget to back up your saves. We're gonna go on a raid. I hope this was helpful. I know I talked a lot. I said a lot of stuff. I probably talked too fast. I probably skipped some things or forgot to say what I was doing at some point. Forgive me. I'll try to do better next time. Always try to do better next time. As far as next time goes, I don't know when the next Inspirational is gonna be. I don't want to wait a year. I don't intend to wait a year. It'll probably be, I don't know. I'd like to do one every month or two. Thank you for the biddies, Spence. Thank you. I wonder why the text got cut off. It says bits are the stream. But thank you for the bits. I hope it was helpful. I hope so. It will be, like I said, it will be on YouTube. I'm gonna make a playlist of Inspirational. We're gonna have 2 whole Inspirational episodes on there. On that note, go check out my YouTube. I'm trying to put more music on there. I know people like to listen to stuff on YouTube. Some people prefer it. I've got a bunch of albums. I think I have 5 or 6 up now, or maybe 7. They each have their own playlist. You can just listen to the whole thing while you're doing whatever you want. If you don't want to listen on Bandcamp or you don't download stuff or whatever, you can listen on YouTube. It's there. Count them. 1, 2. I don't know. There's a bunch. I got all the way to Keep Evolving. Yeah. Also, again, I'll just throw this in there. The Lsdj manual. If you need, the manual is a really good resource and it's much more organized than my rambling. Yeah, that's basically how I learned Lsdj. Like, you figure out the basics from a video or the manual, or probably both, preferably both, and then just mess around with stuff. And all of my released music, in my humble opinion, sounds good. And the reason is because I made a bunch of stuff and it didn't sound so good, and I messed around with it until I could get it to sound good, and then when it sounded good, I released it. So, you know, whether you end up down the road making a Bandcamp page and selling stuff for a few bucks here and there, or if you go and start doing live shows with your Game Boy, with your modded, backlit, fancy heckin' DMG, custom casing, paint job, whatever, you know. Or if you're just like, nah, this is kind of a fun thing to try once in a while. Like, it's up to you, right? Listen to Consume on YouTube many times. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm trying. My goal is to get all the albums up there within, like, the next month or 2. So, because I finally figured out how to make those nifty waveform videos, and they're so cool. They're so dang cool, you know? So I want to make more of those. Let's have a big honking turbo on that Lsdj. Wait, could you actually use turbo? There are turbo buttons. No, I don't think that would work. But anyway, maybe. What we're gonna do for next time... Ooh, I should do this. This has been Inspiration Eel. I just wanted to do that. The next episode will probably not be so specific to Lsdj, but it might be. The first one was about making melodies out of stuff that you have stuck in your head that isn't original, how to make it so that it is original so you don't get sued. and you know, other reasons. The next one, let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you want. If you want some more advanced tricks or more specific like instrument design and sound design Lsdj, like you heard some of the weird stuff on Ghost in the Game Boy. If you want to hear like weird sounds and stuff, go check out any of my Halloween albums. Here, I'm gonna put this on the ending screen. It looks like we're starting something. We're not starting something. But the Halloween albums, that's when I like to experiment and make really weird sounds and try to make things sound really gritty or freaky or whatever. So that's always a fun time if you just want to see. Like I mentioned before, Defense Mechanism is an amazing resource. Taught me like a huge chunk of what I know. Just from like watching him, reading his articles. He also has his save files available that you can download. Oh yeah, I was gonna see about putting this save file in the Discord for you guys if you want. But yeah, and I'd love to see what you guys come up with. If you know, make a screen recording, or if you record the song out or whatever, if you want to plunk that in the Discord, that would be super, super duper rad. But yeah, next time we'll see. Maybe it'll be about writing a song, how to make a bass line and then make a melody that goes on top of the bass line. It might have nothing to do with Lsdj, just that I use Lsdj. Or it might be, like I said, how do you make weird sounds in Lsdj, or whatever we can fill 4 hours with. So let me know if you have ideas. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, there's a channel in the Discord specifically for Inspiration Eel if you're in the Discord, so, you know, feel free. If you're not in the Discord, if you're subbed, you should be. If you're not, it's all good. You can always tweet at me and stuff like that, too. I'm just a tweet away. Or not a tweet, a Twitter DM. It's probably better. And this whole video, like I said, it'll be on YouTube, but it'll also be on Twitch as a VOD. Like, it'll be on there right away. I'll save it out as a highlight, so it's not going anywhere. So you can watch it on Twitch, and you'll be able to watch it on YouTube within the week or so as well. Thanks for streaming. This was really helpful. Take a while to sink in while tinkering with Lsdj. Yeah, well, I'm glad it was helpful. It does take a lot of playing with. I think that's the main thing, is you just gotta do it. Because I started in April. I released an album in June, and I had a bunch of extra songs that I wanted to like keep making and stuff. So then I ended up making another album like a month later, and I figured, I'm just gonna go for it. What's the worst that happens? I put bad music out and nobody buys it. Yeah, that's basically the worst that happens. They're not gonna kick you off the internet or take away your Game Boy, or, you know, nothing bad's gonna happen. Is, you know, worst case, maybe someone's like, you suck, you know. But they're wasting their time. So we're gonna go on a raid. Who are we gonna raid? Let's go and see. I'm trying to think who we haven't raided in a while. Maybe, you know what? Let's go see. How about we go and see Queenie? We haven't seen Queen Shlemiel in a while. You know, we haven't seen her in a little minute. Let's go see Queenie. Let me get our raid spam here. Our raid spammy spam. Boop. And we're gonna /raid Queen Shlemiel. There we go. She's playing Fall Guys with friends. I don't know which friends she's playing with. But she's playing Fall Guys. She's super fun. She's nice and chill and stuff. Go hang out for a bit. I'll be back Monday morning with probably more Pokemon Shining Pearl. We gotta finish the water type challenge. Even if Arceus gets here on the weekend, which it won't. I don't know, I feel like we gotta finish the water challenge, which we should be able to do, fingers crossed, on Monday. And then really hoping for Tuesday Arceus. I keep flip-flopping between pronunciations. That's okay. Pronunciations. Oh boy, thanks so much for hanging out, you guys. And yeah, like I said, I hope it helped. And I'll start thinking about the next episode, because I think these are fun and cool and stuff. Have a super duper extra fantastic weekend. And I will see you guys Monday morning. Take care, y'all. Bye.